Well, well, well. Hello, everybody. Good to see everyone on this Saturday. Another Learn with Lead, but um, it's times two. Like we're getting it in today. So today we have two guests, not at the same time. I did think about that, but then I decided no, that's probably not a good idea. So we do have two guests today. First one is coming up here shortly, but first let's say hi to the friends who have popped in so far. So we have Farouk. Good to see you, Farouk. Appreciate you being here, man. And Farouk also has gifted 5 memberships, so appreciate you very much, Farouk. Anyone who can, throw up a stud emoji for Farouk. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Rob comes in and says hi, like bubbled in. Wow, I don't know how you bubble a like, but I'm happy about it. Chris Wood, good to see you. Happy that everyone can get things rolling here with us, so appreciate that. All right. There's ads with the super stud emoji. So let's go ahead and bring our friend Ads here, and we'll get going here. Hey there, Ads. You're live and you're on the stream. How's it going, friend?
Yeah, it's going good, thank you.
I appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you reaching out to do this session. For those who don't know, Ads, this is his second time doing a Learn with Lead, and so I guess before I'll ask you a question in a moment, Ads, but I always had it in my mind that we might have returning guests, but I thought to myself, well, what are some requirements that I would have? And really, the only thing that I really thought of was it should be somebody who has been on stream, has done it before, but there's at least been a gap of time. So my thought was, maybe 6 months, and then someone could come back on as a guest. And so we've basically gotten that far here with Ads already. And so when he reached out to do another one, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So here we are. We're doing another one. So last time you and I were together on a track, Ads, we had Fuji in Group 2 cars, right?
Yep.
And talk to us a little bit about that session, and how new you were to the game at that point, and like how that session worked for you.
So I'd been playing Gran Turismo since it had come out, but I'd only actually gotten a wheel in the December.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was February or March, wasn't it? So I was still quite new to the wheel.
Yeah.
Still getting to grips with the intricacies of it over a controller.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to really understand what the feedback was giving me.
Right.
And obviously we had a week where it was Group 2. Which I actually think helped better than if it was Group 4 or Group 3, because obviously they're even harder to drive.
Yeah. And was it the older Group 2 cars? Is that how I think it was?
Yeah, so it was the Lexus, it was the SC430, wasn't it?
Right. Not quite as much downforce with those.
Good. No, but still, I think it was a good learning experience, especially with the Group 2s, because you have to kind of drive them a little bit differently than the 3 and the 4s. So
right.
No, it was good. It was enjoyable. I really enjoyed myself. Hence reaching back out to kind of go again.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick, want to say hi to Grover. Appreciate you stopping in, friend. Always glad to have you here, Bamud. So very cool. So what were the 1 or 2 takeaways that really stand out for you from that session back in the wintertime?
It was trying to get on the accelerator too early in the exit, and a lot of the time my wheel was at 45 degrees and I was still trying to put the power down. So that was the biggest one for me, I believe.
Okay.
I think that obviously my racing lines tend to be there or thereabouts on most tracks, but I think it was more the exit of the corner that I was really struggling with and losing time. And it still is, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. So what about so you mentioned that's still a little bit of a problem. Are there other things that you've realized now that maybe that aren't still quite as sharp as you'd like, or like how does that feel for you right now?
There's still a lot of work that I need to do on my braking. but it's mainly that midpoint of the corner
Mm-hmm.
that really needs the most work. I tend to be okay in the slower corners.
Okay.
But yeah, it's that intermediate bit between the braking and the throttle application that I really struggle with.
Okay. So, in regards to that, we had a conversation earlier in the week. I can't remember because I've prepped for 2 guests today, so it's a little bit going over. And the notes that I have are actually not on my phone, but on my laptop. I don't have that with me here. That's a mistake. Oh no, I did take a picture of it. Hang on, let me get that up. So, yeah, there we go. So, we talked a little bit about brake balance in that regard and how that can help you. You mentioned that for the most part, you feel like you've improved your braking, and for the most part, you have the brake balance towards the rear, but maybe not too extreme. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So the majority of the cars that I drive in Group 3 will be front-engined.
Okay.
So they tend to have the brake balance towards the rear, and a lot of the league racing that I do, you tend to shift it towards the back for the tyre saving anyway.
Right.
So yeah, I definitely feel more comfortable with it towards the rear.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. And that's going to, most of the time in most tracks with most cars, it's going to help you a lot with the rotation, especially like you were talking about mid corner. So I'm going to recommend that as we start to practice today, that you go maximum to the rear, and we'll see how that works for you today.
Okay.
Now you did mention in the time that we talked, you mentioned that back when you were doing stuff in the winter time and just getting rolling, you were struggling like on the sport mode the sport mode time trials. You were struggling quite a bit to get those top times, to get the gold time, but now you're pretty much getting that all the time, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, I don't tend to do the time trials a lot because obviously they're quite awkward cars and I don't have enough time to put in them. But
Often,
with the daily time trials now, I'm under 3%.
Gotcha.
Quite regularly and slowly moving into the under the 2% if it's a favorable track car combination.
Right. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So to give the folks a heads up, so we're Ads as a returning guest, so this session with him will look a little bit different, in the sense that I won't be spending as much time talking about each corner necessarily. We have, Ads is someone who's now got lots of hours under his belt. He's got a lot of seat time. So really, we're going to be focusing today more on refining the skills that he's developing. And how we're going to do that for Ads session is we're going to start on brands and work on this for a little bit. But then to really test the metal and test the new feelings that we're going to be talking about, we're also going to just have a time at Nürburgring, not the Nordschleifer, just the Grand Prix circuit. And in Group 3 cars, we're going to use the AMG over there, and that's going to be also something that we want to try and accomplish. We're going to spend a little more time also doing share screen and that sort of thing. But we'll start here together and work on this track a little bit, and we'll talk about it some. Farouk over there is saying hello to you, Ads, and then BL just came in. Good morning, BL. Good to see you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get going. I'm really excited about a returning guest. This is a first for both of us and a first for the channel. So I'm looking forward to doing this. So let's go ahead and get rolling here. So we got our brake balance to the rear.
Yeah.
And I think you're familiar with the track of Brands Hatch, right? You've done that enough. So a lot of high-speed corners. This one right here is the slowest of them all, the hairpin. Do be aware that the tires are hards and they're cold right now as well, so no need to go full throttle yet. So this, let's just talk about each corner as we approach them a little bit. So the three high-speed right-handers coming up do take a lot of, we'll call it some bravery, and really getting the weight transferred. So like where I'm approaching right now, the weight transfer needs to be fully right there, and you can't open up. If you open up at any point through there, then you're going to lose a lot of grip and probably go off. And that's really the same for all three of these. Once you turn, your turn-in point has to be like spot on.
Yeah.
And if you're not spot on, then you're going to pay the price in some regard. Same here. We'll go ahead and fly over. The track limits are kind of forgiving in that you can go on the grass some, and you're not going to really necessarily, it's not like, you know, being in the desert like the last few weeks where you get on the sand and you're done. So a lot of elevation changes too, so you got to watch for those rises when the car goes light. German Kiwi, good to see you, friend. Appreciate you coming in. So this is one of them right here. Car needs to be firmly weighted to the left before this dip. Then you get the compression, and then you get that grip back again. All right, real quick, let's slow down for a moment and break this corner down real quick, because the Megane, this is probably the Megane's weakest corner right here.
Yeah.
And I find that you want sort of a... Oh, you paused? Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, and off it goes. Let's see. So we want to start, you know, we're starting all the way to the left, but we want to very quickly narrow. And I find that, you know, some people are double apexing. Double apexing works, but really it's all about not getting on the throttle too soon and where you're at your slowest. So I really feel that you have to be at your slowest right about here. So that means you've decelerated this whole time. You haven't gotten to your slowest too soon, but neither are you, you know, hovering at 45 miles per hour or whatever it might be, and just chilling there waiting for the car to get there. No, you need to be decelerating all the way through. So that's going to be a tricky thing, but a necessary thing, I believe. And that's
so trail braking all the way through to that point.
That's what I would say. And if you end up, you know, if you end up clipping the inside sooner, then just, you know, then go ahead and double apex it. So that means you would be slower sooner. You wait for the car to get turned, and then you get on the throttle because you've straightened and you have the exit that you're looking for, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
So this is where the Megane is probably at its slipperiest, right here.
Yeah.
Very hard to control. This one, the way you gotta carry speed through this one. So you stay in third gear, you get the car rotated, need to be on the throttle right here, no later than mid corner. But you really have to get the car straightened, because if you are, like I said in the lap guide for here, if you are still like turning hard to the left by the time you reach the exit, the car is going to make you pay, because it doesn't like this bump at all.
Yeah.
And you'll either have to catch a slide or you'll slide right off. This corner is really deceiving. It's very good to brake deep. So brake late and brake deep. My braking point is right before where you are. I think it's where, let me see. Yeah, there's that extra little bit of asphalt.
Yeah.
Yeah, right about there. And so I like to brake deep. I like to, if I've carried the right amount of speed, I'll stay in third. If I end up overshooting a bit, I'll have to dip to second real quick. But I'm trying to get on the throttle right here, and I'm trying to maintain about 65, 66 miles per hour right in this spot. Okay. And then I can carry that speed all the way out. And that's really critical because you have a long flat out section where you can either be gaining time on this long flat out section or you're gonna lose time, you know? So
Yeah.
McGhost, good to see you, friend. Appreciate you. All right, let's go ahead and actually let's go ahead and let's pause and exit to the pits. That way our oh, I didn't switch screens here. That way our tires will be fresher and warmer. Mainly warmer. All right, so I'll lead the way for a bit here and just kind of get on those lines. So you said you've only minimally practiced here so far, but you ended up with a 32 something, I believe you said.
32.7, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Prince Doofus, race long and prosper. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I find that it normally takes 2 laps to kind of get these hards warmed up anyway.
Yeah, I've often gotten my best time in race lap 4.
Yeah.
Interesting corner there too, because of that rise on the track there. It can really really mess with you. All right, let's get you right on me here. There we go. Good. Ooh, I missed that apex. That was bad. Any questions on gearing for corners? You feel confident in what you're doing?
Yeah, pretty much, I think. Like here, I'm in 3rd.
Okay.
I don't know whether that was just because it slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, normally I'm... Ooh, yeah. Normally I'm dropping to 3rd and then exiting in 4th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight Rider Jim and K-Dub, good to see you, friends.
Is it 4th through there?
Yep. 3rd for this one.
Yeah.
And then try to maintain 4th for this one. Missed that one again. Wow. I think I'm braking. I got my old brake marker still there in my head.
Okay, the out in fourth definitely helps.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you go ahead and take the lead. So for everyone watching right now, so at this part of the exercise, we following ads to see how his lines are, where he might be pulling away from me, where I might be catching him. And as we're doing this too, Ed, so you do a lot of lobby racing now, right? And you do a lot of practicing. So, you know, one of the things we rely on often is, and for the dailies, is a ghost, right? And when you're doing those types of lobby races, you don't have that benefit, you might say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it does make it difficult to kind of practice.
Right. So one of the things we want to accomplish during our time here is definitely see where we can help you learn how to attack a track and really get the most out of it and get that done pretty quickly, you know?
Yeah.
Because there's only so much time. Yeah, I hit the apex. So did you. Good. Dano! Hey, welcome, bud. Dano's early. He's coming in to see how the first guest is doing. Very cool, man. So for those who don't know, Dano599, he's going to be the guest after ads today.
Yeah, a bit deep that.
Mm-hmm.
Curb just unsettled the car a little bit.
Yeah, it really does. It does not like him. Okay. Sounded like you needed to use second for an emergency there to slow down more.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, yeah, give me a little more braking power early. That one's really a lot of smash the brake, then come off.
Okay.
But it's very, very quick. Full brake, then braking, and that's actually like a lot of these corners. You don't brake in a straight line for very long at all on these corners here.
Needed to use third there again.
There's the curb getting me now. Hey there, Phil. It's good to see you, man. Appreciate you, bud. All right, I'm back. Film that says good learning ads. It's JC. Good to see you, man. Yep. Dano's on next there, JC. We got ads first. We got a double header today. Two guests for the price of one.
That was a bit better.
Santa Miguel, good to see you too, bud. Perhaps just a slight bit narrower entrance for the hairpin.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're actually, I'm catching you there. I think that's just a little bit too wide. We actually, we lose time that we really don't gain back on a short straight afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If it was, yeah, if it was a long straight, long flat out section afterwards, then I'd say, yeah, that's probably great. But Chris Bieber, good to see you, bud. Good. I like you being on the edge there. That was nice. Try to maintain, let's shoot for 93 miles an hour for that last right-hander.
Okay.
The car will do it. We're missing that apex a lot as well there, looks like. Yeah, I like that line right there. I like that line.
Yeah, I was still turning when I hit that. Exit.
So yeah, we just need to, we just need to sacrifice a little bit of speed going into the apex. Shoot for like 70, 71.
Okay.
Perhaps brake a little sooner for that one. All right, a couple more laps like this.
Took too much of the grass.
That was a really good slide.
I missed an... Did you say I missed an apex? And I was like, right, I'm gonna hit it that time.
You did.
Too much of it.
You murdered that apex for sure. Is that right, Chris, huh? I tell you what, man. It's not easy out there, that's for sure. All right, let's finish this lap and then do one more.
Okay.
And then I have a couple observations for you before we go to share screen. Wow.
That was sideways.
I was very sideways. Good boy, that turn was rapid. Nicely done.
That's probably my favorite corner on the game.
On the game, wow.
Yeah, I really like that corner. When you get it right, it feels so good.
Yeah. It does, you're right.
Nope. Way too slow. Yeah, I feel like I have a really hard time opening up the steering early.
Okay. That's good to know.
Because I think when you were watching me at the Alsace race, you were saying that I was keeping the steering angle locked in for too long.
Yeah.
And that's what was killing my fronts.
Yep. Which tire wear was a huge factor in that race as well.
Yeah.
Caught it. This is a good lap for you, though. The time is good. You actually might be faster than your best on the daily. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's exactly the same.
Okay, cool. All right, let's park it here for a moment. So, a couple of observations. Real quick, say hi to Richie. Good to see you, Richie. And Ace as well. Good to see you, bud. Okay, so let's talk about a couple things. So, first of all, props to you, sir, because there are lots of improvements.
Yeah.
You are there. Everything is so much more precise and consistent than when you were on before. Like, there are things that we do not even have to talk about. Like, we don't have to talk about racing line. We don't have to talk about anything like that. You've got it. Like, you understand what it is you're supposed to do. And even when you made a mistake, like, you clearly mentioned that, oh, I went deep there, or whatever, you know, whatever it was that you did. You realize, okay, I didn't want to do that. It happened, but so that's really great to see. Hang on real quick. We see Punt Life Poppy. Punt Life Poppy, welcome to the program, sir. I love your name. That's fantastic. Appreciate you coming in, man. So let's talk about then just a couple things with regards to. I'm seeing exactly what you were talking about, basically, where you're having trouble getting it rotated into the corner.
Yeah.
Which then is really causing you then to have to oversteer on exit, and which is what you were just mentioning to me that you noticed you were doing still.
Yeah.
So, not all tracks will punish you a whole lot for that. You will punish your tires, and that could be detrimental. But this track will punish you for that because of the bumps and of the curbs and how unforgiving they are, holding that much. So let's see. It's probably the turn coming up where that's happening. I would assume turn 3, the left-hander. After that, we're seeing a lot of that there as well. So let's talk about it real quick here before we do the share screen. So we got this. We're turning in just as the curb starts on the left, and we're getting the car to come all the way in, right? So right here, then I see my exit, and this is where I'm on the throttle. Maybe not fully right away, but I'm at least getting on the throttle here, right? And so that means what we're trying to do is at this point, I am no longer, turning the wheel 90 degrees. I am starting to open up, right? This is where I'm starting to open up. So what this requires then, if that's going to work and you don't go too wide, that means that you need to be at the right speed at this part. So one of the things that we'll observe during the share screen then is how slow are you when you start to get on the throttle. And we always feel like, hey, we need to be quick, we got to be fast. But if we're carrying even like 3 miles per hour more at the apex than we should, then we technically, in order to make the corner, we actually have to wait a little bit longer to get on the throttle because we're not as slow as we should be at that point. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So I need to be able to enter a corner. You need to be able to enter a corner. We need to be able to enter a corner at the right rate of speed so that when we get on the accelerator, we can open up the steering out of the corner and make it. Okay? So that means, and this is really critical for you when you're practicing for a league race or something, is that when you're practicing, if you are having to still rotate the steering wheel on exit, that is a signal. That's a signal for you. Okay, that's a signal for you that one or two things are happening. You are either carrying too much speed into the apex, or you are not rotated enough. You haven't rotated the car enough, or a combination of both. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that, and this is, let's look at the next turn as an example. This turn is quick and a great example of this. If what we want to avoid is you continuing to do the same thing over and over again, but not get any faster with it. You know what I mean? We want to be able to say, okay, if you are working on this on a track somewhere, and that keeps happening, that's a signal for you to say, okay, I'm doing one of those two things wrong. So, for example, on this corner right here, braking right about where you are, right? It's a quick maximum brake, and then 50% brake, trail braking off, basically, roughly. Maybe not exactly those percentages, but that's the idea. Max brake, begin to turn in, and then rotate the car, trail brake, so that right here is where we're at our slowest and getting on the throttle. So when you're practicing a time trial for a daily race, for example, and you watch the fastest ghost in the world, one of the things that I like to do is see, okay, what is this ghost? What is the fastest time in the world? What is his speed at the apex? What is he carrying through there, right? And to me, that's telling me, first of all, okay, that's probably exactly what I need to shoot for. It's the fastest time, so he's getting it for that reason. For example, for this corner here, I know that I want to try to carry 71 miles per hour to this part right here. Okay?
Okay.
And we're in third gear. Once I've rotated and gotten to that speed, I mash the throttle, and then I'm opening the steering immediately. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what we're gonna try and work on here when we do the share screen. Okay. So go ahead and exit, and then you can exit my lobby and just do the daily. That way we can see if you break your time also, which is fun.
Yep.
And then once you're ready, start the share screen, and then we will watch you do that.
Oops.
I don't think we did a share screen for our session. Maybe
I did a race.
did a race. That's right.
And then we did a little bit of the time trial after.
Oh yes, that's right. I didn't watch that far in the when I looked back.
Yeah, because if you remember, I made a terrible mistake coming into the pits.
Oh no.
Right, racing hards, quality time. Yep. Right.
Have you sent
So
the?
is this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, right. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Sorry, I thought we were in Discord. Share screen. There you go.
Oh no, we're not. Yeah,
Because obviously the last time we did Discord and then we swapped over, didn't we?
I think so. Yeah, so we've just sort of skipped that part. Okay, we see what you see.
Am
Right?
I alright to load a ghost?
Yeah, I'd say go for it. Yeah, I've been following Burton's Ghost. The dude is rapid.
Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time racing with Luke Clark as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's very, very rapid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 30.4, Luke's got.
Hmm. The game sound is coming through more than usual. You hear me okay? That hasn't changed,
Yeah, I can
right?
hear you.
Okay.
Nope.
Interesting. Normally we don't get a whole lot of game sound. I don't know if you guys at home can hear it, but I hear it pretty well. Ricky Rez Racer, how's it going, friend? Good to see you, man. So we're doing the share screen now. This is where we get to see ads inputs. Go ahead and on that before that left-hander, go ahead and
Yeah.
go ahead and rev out third. You actually don't need to change up to fourth, and that'll give you a little extra braking power without
Right,
having to
okay.
downshift. That's good to hear, Ricky. Appreciate you, man. And rev the Megane out. Let her scream at you.
It's the problem with a car that I don't really race with.
Good. I like that turn. Very aggressive. It's good. That's okay. I like that
Tires
mistake.
are a little bit cold.
Yeah, I like that mistake though. That's a good one. If you want to restart, that's fine. Yeah. Couch driver just came in and says, good luck with this one, Led. You're gonna need it. Excuse me. Appreciate you, Couch, for stopping by. Means a lot, bud. Means a lot. Thank you. Yep. That's how we do it. Is it? Yeah, I hear. I see what you say there, Punt Life. Okay. It's a good. If you need if you need third to give you consistency there, I don't mind that at all. I think that's a good plan.
I just can't seem to get it right in fourth.
Third will help you rotate. The only risk with downshifting to third is you stay in third for a little too long and you end up, you know, multiple miles per hour slower than you need to be. But I don't mind it for at least now. Oh, there you go. Beat your time already. That's much better of a first turn. I like that.
Oh, I'm way too late on the brakes there.
Yeah, gotta be on the brakes right before that bridge.
I felt a bit better. On the exit, at least.
Mm-hmm. That was a lot. That was great. Much tighter to the apex than the previous time. That's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I like pushing. I like the push there. It's good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lost quite a bit of time in those last two corners.
It was the right-hander that really got you. You ended up dipping down to about 86, I think.
Okay.
And you technically the car can take like it can easily take 90, 91, 92. So one of the things I'm observing here especially is the use of track width. We could definitely be wider going into woo, there we go. Love it. We could definitely be wider before turning into certain corners.
Right, okay.
Turn 1 is definitely one of them. That one's fine. What was the I think this one's been good when you've gotten it right. This one's been good here. Yeah, this turn coming up, we maybe are turning actually in just a little too soon.
This long right hand.
Yeah, and be a little bit more to the left. You've been a little... Yeah. Now, I had a feeling that would happen, just because that's not what you were doing before. You were wide of the apex, but... You know, all of these could use a little extra width to the left. Especially this one, I've noticed. All right, almost. That was good. That was 92 and just a little, maybe a little late on the brake, I think.
Yeah, it's like the turn at Interlagos where if you're just ever so slightly too wide, you catch your tire on the asphalt or the fake grass, and then it just completely spins you.
Yeah.
I have found that some of these corners, when I try and push them too wide, so I do tend to be quite conservative.
That was a really good turn 1, by the way. Yeah, I think, you know, with as much seat time as you've had, I think the days of being conservative, you can be conservative to start, right? But
yeah.
But after you've gotten the feel, then it's time to see, okay, where can I push the limits?
Ooh. Not there.
Those limits were exceeded that time. I love it. Very nice. Oh, that was textbook. Yeah, good modulation there. It needed it. Beware when you start taking that last right-hander faster, you got to move your braking point back for the left-hander.
Yeah.
Good. That had to have felt
good. Yeah, that feels much better, yeah.
Ooh, second. Yeah, third. It's got no power. Genesis, I think, likes an exit in third there. But that's about it. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Used to the group 3. So you come into that hairpin, into first and then out in second.
Yes. Very nice. So one of the reasons, I just wanted to point out, one of the reasons turn 1 felt so good that time was you got excellent rotation. And when you got on the throttle, clipped the apex, you were opening the steering. And,
right, okay.
And that feeling right there, that's what we want to go for all the time. That's what we're trying to achieve. Hey there, Mike number 5. Good to see you, friend. Appreciate you coming in. Yeah. Yeah, tires aren't, that was, I think if the tires were warm, you would have nailed it.
Again, just clip the grass.
Yes, yes. Oh man, that grass on the right there has wrecked more of my races at this place than I care to talk about. So upset sometimes. Trying to get that wide entrance, you know, and you're pushing the limit there, and then whee, off you go into the field. Excellent. And look, you're right with Burton there. Yes. You were on the throttle before the apex. That's the first time you've managed that. Oh, yes. Third helped you a lot that time. On the throttle a little soon that time, but yeah. I like the idea. Yeah, and there again you could open up. Because you slowed down enough, you got the car pointed, and then okay, that time we got the gearing a little messed up. What's been helping you rotate there is shifting to third early. And that early shift to third, you're hearing third scream at you. It's helping rotate and tighten the car to the apex there. Good improvement there, bud.
A little bit, yeah.
By the way, if anyone is watching right now and you're wondering, this looks like fun, I'd kind of like to do something like this, you can reach out to me on PlayStation Network 27 Lead Pencil 2017, which I just put in chat there. Go ahead and friend request me, and feel free to and then message me also, and let me know that you want to do a session. And it helps too if you tell me if your name is very different from YouTube to what your PlayStation name is. Let me know who you are in YouTube, so I can make that connection. That would help me a lot.
I will second that it is great fun.
Thank you, Eds. Must be. You've come back for another.
I really enjoyed the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a mile per hour or two too fast. Which is why you had to
Okay.
let up there. Good. I like that adjustment there. SD, good to see you, man. Just finished your league race. That's cool, man. Awesome to hear, dude.
That one should be there or thereabouts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, you're doing it just right there. It's very pleasant to watch. You're getting the car rotated. You're letting third gear do its thing. You get down to about 87, 88 miles per hour. And then you're on the throttle before the apex. Then you clip the apex and you accelerate through it. That's the quickest way to go, man. It's brilliant. A little bit wider that time, but you will carry some speed. Yeah, you're gonna...
There we go. Yeah.
Up a little bit now, yeah. Good. Nice. Great speed carried through that section.
Feels better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead and go to the right if you want. That's going to be, well, too late now, but almost a 31. Nice. 3. Yeah,
No.
there she goes. That's the McGann.
I had better rotation there, and I thought, oh, okay, I can get on the throttle a little bit earlier.
So but... I think what caused that is you were over rotating the steering. So you could have opened up. You could have actually opened up. It would have gotten you onto the curbing. It definitely would have. But if you continued to open up the steering, I think you would have made it without having that spin.
That's where I think I'm really lacking now, is sometimes I can get the rotation in the car, and I think, great, you know, I can feel the rotation, and I can see the rotation, but then I'm just not opening that steering up.
Right. And it's kind of, you've corrected the first half of the corner, but now it is a matter of, okay, let's continue that into the second half of the corner. We're not taking advantage of the good entrance as much as we could. So that's nifty to be able to catch that here. Is that right, SD? Nice job, dude. And for those who don't know, SD usually has to travel for work, so he's away from his rig for days in a row. Sad, right? Oh, it's terrible. and so he brings his PlayStation and a controller with him, so when he's at the hotel or whatever, he plays there. That's dedication, honestly. Like, didn't get as much rotation that time for the previous corner there. Might have been able to get on the throttle a little sooner on that one.
Yeah.
Very nice, SD. That's good, dude. Can you pause for a moment? So I want you to consider something for these right-handers. I'm noticing a gradual turn in. So you hit the brakes, and then you gradually turn to the right. We need that weight transferred faster. Okay, so when you brake, you're gonna need to be a little more violent with the steering wheel. Let's yank the steering a little bit more.
Okay.
And get that weight transferred more fully to the left. What that's going to do, though, you may find that you'll either be wide of the apex or you'll actually hit it way too hard. So your turn in point requires a little more precision, but let's give that a try for these fast right-handers, okay?
Okay.
All right. Continue. And same with the final turn, not this one, but the next one coming up. Let's give it more yank there as well. Get the weight transferred. Good. Needed to be a little bit slower. We went a little too fast towards the apex, but that's the idea. Good. Yeah, that's the right amount of curb you want there, I think, on the apex. Right. This one, it's a longer turn, so gradually getting as you're trail braking, gradually getting the car turned is good. Same with there, we probably need a little more initial steering, I think. This one's a gradual. We're gradually increasing as we slow, and we open up as we accelerate. Exactly, yep. Yeah, so that's because it's because of the gradual steering there. We end up wider than Burton, if you notice that sometimes. So good. That's very good. That's a gradual. Yep. Excellent. But here we want to yank again. We need to get that weight transferred. Yeah. The reason we need to do it there is because there's that rise where the car will go light. So we really need to firmly get the car's weight transferred before that rise on that turn. And we have a 31. Ba-boom. It does not like that inside curb. Man, even just the littlest bit is crazy. Good. Very smooth there.
Felt like I was really patient on the accelerator there.
You were, but you got on it early enough that you've carried good speed through here. It's good.
Yeah.
All right, let's yank it. So probably the turn in was probably a little too early. That was spot on. Yep.
See, okay. I turned in and then I was like, nope.
Well, you hit the apex at 99, which is probably 8-9 miles per hour faster than you want to be there. This is good though. I like what we're seeing. And so you're seeing too, like, you're doing such a good job now of getting that initial turn in, so that you can open the steering on exit, and you're making the corner. That's what. So when we're talking about being more aggressive on those on some of those turns and getting the yanking the steering over earlier, that's getting that rotation for you. So a quick turn like that, That's really critical. So let's think about Fuji also, for example. You know, all of those are slow turns, you know, wide turns, wide entrances. But think of turn 2, the left hand or the really quick one. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That one is the same deal, where you gotta yank the steering to the left, get the
Yeah, and I
car's
was
weight.
losing quite a bit of time there.
Yeah, so it's the same principle. Soon we'll do a few more laps here, and then we'll move to Group 3. We'll just try and implement this again in the AMG at Nürburgring. Because I think it'd be really good to, like, let's get it here. Good job. And let's do it again. Different car, different track, right? So. Very nice so far. Again, a little more aggressive. Later turn in, harsher turn in, okay? For this one. Very close. Close. We were about 3 or 4 miles per hour too fast.
Okay.
You got to the apex at the right speed, but it required... You were like at 104 at just before the apex, and then you slowed down a little bit more, which was good, but that 104, that needed to be 100 right there.
Okay.
All right, let's do it again. And true, the tires aren't warm yet. It's lap 1, so that could have played a factor too, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Nice. Good. One more for a 30 burger. We got one more like out there, friends? All right, next opportunity here. Yeah, there it is. And the time comes down. Very nice. Good. Good use of gears there. Very nice transition
love that
from
corner.
brake to you really, do you know what you did there? You broke the appropriate amount. You trail brake to the apex, and then it was immediate brake to throttle. It couldn't have been done better. Oh, here we are at a 30 burger. Thank you for the 30 likes, everybody. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate Bigsby coming in. Good to see you, Briggs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind that use of second gear there, because that's a mid-corner adjustment. So you were going a little bit deep, second gear pulled you back, you got on the throttle really quick. Very nice.
That was better.
Yeah. Good. That's some speed carried there. Yep. Aggressive. I like it. Ooh. So that was, the weight did not get transferred before the rise, is what happened there. Still an improvement. What is, I'm curious, what's your optimal when you get a chance to toggle to that? Yeah, a 0.3. Hot dog. Oh, is that right, Briggs? Very cool.
See if we can get that last corner right.
Okay. I like it.
Nope.
So that's the...
Dear me.
It's interesting because you've been more to the left of the apex for a long time now. And
yeah,
you can take a little bit more than what you've been taking there, but it is a roll of the dice with how the car reacts to that curb. And tires are slippy now.
Yeah, and I've got damage.
Oh yeah, there it is, yeah.
Didn't feel great.
Yep. So we need a little more violence turning to the right with braking, with trail braking.
Now it's all gone. Right.
Okay.
Can I just...
We've had...
Gotta save that replay.
Yeah, do that. I think we made some really good strides there. So that, let's just go over it real quick. That feeling of getting the car rotated, getting and getting to the correct speed at the apex, or before you get on the throttle, that's what's going to make a huge difference when you're exiting, so that you can open up the steering and such. All right, let's go ahead and we'll stop the share screen here. And so that's up to you. I think. No, here I am. Okay.
I can stop it if you want.
No, we're good. I got out. So you can rejoin my lobby here. I am going to change it over to NERB. Grand Prix. All right. And Group 3. And we have elected for medium tires. And I think that's all the changes I need to make.
I mean, considering it's Saturday, I've just had a look. I'm in the 2000s. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's really good going for me.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's great. It's really good. Okay, change the car. Viz, good to see you, man. Appreciate you coming in. And then Paul Hadley, good to see you, bud. Appreciate you as well. All right, so we'll spend a little time together on track here, and we'll just talk about, we're gonna focus again on getting the car rotated, getting to the correct minimum speed through the apex, on the throttle, all of that good stuff. Are you coming back here, Ads, to our?
Yes,
okay.
It's just loaded.
Oh, is it doing the?
It's doing the check in network environment, yeah.
Yes, that network environment. It has to be checked, and it takes a while. So if anyone just joining us, we're in the middle of the first Learn with LED session for the day. We spent time at Brands, and we watched Ads take a bunch of time off of his previous time, so that's really fun to see. And then with Ads, we're focusing on car rotation, getting everything accomplished so that we can exit without any drama. We can exit with opening the steering and being real smooth with it like that. as our first returning guest. So this session has looked a little bit different from some of the other ones, but all right. Oh yeah, I need to change the tires.
So are we going medium here?
Yep, mediums.
If I remember correctly.
That's correct. All right, and once again, we'll take the brake balance all the way to the rear.
Yeah, I did a full ALR season in this car,
Nice.
so I've
Got pretty comfy
got
with it
some
then.
experience. Yeah, I've got 1,400 miles in it now, so.
Very cool. All right, so this will be interesting because this is not a track we've practiced this week necessarily. At least I haven't in the AMG. So let's see how things feel in certain places here. Just gonna take it easy for the moment. But while we're taking it easy, we're also going to, you know, observe how we need to enter to get the car rotated so that we can exit by opening the throttle, or opening the steering rather. And really, NERB provides a lot of great opportunities for that. Ooh, nuts. Reading chat and about to go straight off the track. This is a great example of that as well right here. Oh, you have to be smooth. Car rotated, yeah. Not ready for it yet. So we're really gonna hone in here. So this requires a nice wide entrance, braking deep into the corner. Oh, I did not brake enough. Okay. Get a nice wide entrance here as well. Wait, then get on the throttle. Same here, lots of sacrifice of speed on exit here to set up for the right-hander. Lifting on the throttle, out we go. Same here. Little bit of sacrifice of speed on exit so that we don't go too far to the right. So we got to set up for this one. Get the car nice and turned, gradually pressing the throttle. Out we go, able to open the steering on our way out.
Yeah.
Okay, same there. It's a good car, naturally aspirated, so you don't have that turbo spooling up that can really cause a lot of power oversteer. It's definitely nice in that regard.
Yeah, I do like it. I was a little late on the brake then.
Oh. And I decided to look behind to see how you were doing, and then off I go. All right, let's go ahead and have you take the lead for a bit then.
One of the other couple of big changes that I've made as well is the braking areas I've turned off.
Oh yeah, that was something you had on before.
And when I'm practicing, so if I'm practicing for the ALRs on a Monday, I have the traction control pretty much turned off. If I'm in the lobby with friends, the traction control stays off. It's only when I'm in that race that I'll flick it to 1.
Right.
Because in the race moment and with everything else going on, sometimes my right foot can have a little bit too much lead in it.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah. It's a good traction control at 1 is a great safety net. Because it's not overactive. It's not going to slow you down so much, but it can really help you when something bad is about to happen. Nice line through there. Very good. So for that exit, you didn't feel like you had to over-rotate the steering, right?
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Good. I think your entrance for that one is quite a bit wide, maybe a little too much.
Okay.
For the hairpin there. Oop, off she goes.
Yep. Just a bit of a twitch. Tried to steer to the left to get back online.
Alright, so real quick, have there been any turns where you felt like consistently, man, I'm not really getting the rotation I want, I'm having to fight on it? Okay.
Yeah. And probably the one that I went off at.
Oh. Okay. So
the right hand before the straight. So
yeah.
you have the left.
Yes.
No,
okay.
sorry, you have the right, and then you've got the left onto the straight.
Okay. So the one coming.
These two corners coming up.
Coming
yeah.
up. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tend to miss the apex there. And then this one, I feel like I'm always waiting to get on the power and I'm waiting for the car to turn.
Okay. I have a feeling, I don't know for sure because I'm not seeing inputs, but I have a feeling, once again, you might not be getting aggressive enough on the steering.
Right, okay.
So you have, in both of those cases, you're going from one direction, turn going one direction, and then you need to quick go the other direction, right?
Yeah.
So that requires a real quick, it does really require a really quick, okay, we're turning, so let's say we're turning left, okay, now we need to turn right. So if you're really slow in getting the weight transferred, then the car's really not going to want to turn as early as you want it to. So let's try that a little bit. Car. I was trying something different there, and then off I went. All right, here I come. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Again, these two.
Right. So it requires the right mixture of trail braking, turn in point, not too, it's very easy to brake too much. So your ABS is having to activate a lot.
That felt a bit better. I just braked that little bit earlier on the exit to the first corner.
Yeah. And those turns like that where they're back to back, those are hard to judge. It's not like coming from a straight where you have a very clear braking point. You can very often put the car in the same spot every time when you're coming from a straight onto a corner. But when you are coming from a corner to corner, we often don't realize how often our previous corner is different. So it really changes the way, give you a little nudge there, it really changes the way we need to approach the corner right after it, basically.
Yeah.
Let's do this lap, and then we're going to do, then we'll do more share screen, okay?
Yep. Sounds good. That felt better.
Yeah, it looked good from where I was.
No. Got that all wrong.
Indeed. We were way out there. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the pit, and whenever you're ready to start the share screen, we'll be good to go.
I think it's still running.
Oh, okay. The no, looks like I'll need another invite. It might still be there, but I don't have an access to it that I can find.
Is that better?
For whatever reason, it didn't. Hang on. Let me go to.
Look.
Let's try again. Oh, wait. No. Why are you being weird? Yeah, let's try. So it's right
So
there.
if you click on my name,
In the party.
yeah, in the party.
View shared screen. There it is. Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Yep, we're good now. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes the parties can be a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Okay. So on that corner, we didn't get slow enough. I think you just coasted. I think we need a little braking there.
Okay.
Yeah, you were at like 75. I think you need to be like 68 or thereabouts. Okay, that looks good.
Come off the brake too early.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Don't know why I shifted down there. Again, a lot of it is I'll get, say if I know I'm struggling somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
like those two corners, I'll get the first one right, and then just out of sheer panic because I've got it right, I'll then mess up the second half.
Sheer panic. Yep, first gear gets you that last bit of tightening. It pointed the car. Exit with no drama. I like it. Nice. Let's try to carry a little less speed here. Yeah, wait, now we do it. Uh-huh.
See?
Well, and that's a case of, so you carried way more speed out of that previous corner,
Yeah.
and that really moved your braking point for the next one. Good. Yeah. Yep.
So much apex there to miss.
Yeah, there is. And so that delayed your throttle, but for the mistake of what it was, it was a good adjustment.
Turned in too late there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, lots of first gear there needed. Good catch.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do there.
On the
That felt really slow on that left-hander.
the left-hander you just did.
Yeah.
I think that's a serviceable way because you have to sacrifice a little bit, at least some exit speed in order to get over to the left. So you could have carried a little more speed, went a little closer to the middle of the track, and then gone over to the left. But honestly, that was still pretty quick. That was still a very quick way to go through that first one. Oh, major bummer. That was going to be a good lap. Yeah, 58.6. That's 9/10 faster than your best right now. So beautiful. I really like how you take the last turn.
Yeah, it feels quite smooth.
Yeah, you're decelerating through the entire time, and then you give us that first gear, decelerates and turns the car just that little bit more, and then you can just rock it out of there. It looks great. So what I would try to do, I think, for the left-hander,
Yeah.
I would try to firmly get a little bit slower going into the apex, and make that the regular, so that you can spend at least a little bit of time full throttle coming out, but you've done the work ahead of time so that even when you're full throttle, you don't end up going too wide. You still are middle of the track slash edging towards the left of the track, so you can still set up for the next corner. That's what I would suggest there. What happened when you just went through it was you carried more speed, and then when you got on the throttle, you maintained about 50% throttle, and then you set up for the next corner. So you lost some time by doing it the way you did.
Yep.
But I will say, like, I'm not seeing you fight too much on exits right now. Do you feel like that's because you're hyper aware, or do you feel like this is typical for how you would practice a track? Like, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so I think it's just because I'm really used to this car and how it feels.
Interesting.
I spent a lot of time at the start of the season just trying to get to grips with the exit
Mm-hmm.
and how much I could really push it.
Sure.
And I don't know why, I feel comfortable in this car. So I don't know whether it's just because I'm more comfortable with this one than what I was with the Megane.
Mm-hmm. That could be. Familiarity is certainly a
Just
big thing.
maybe muscle memory is just to be a bit smoother on the accelerator in this car.
Yeah. So I mean, the only thing that there's little things here or there, but the most consistent thing that I'm seeing is a lack of hitting certain apexes. So this one, for instance, you missed quite a bit, as I mentioned it. Um, yeah, that's what I'm mostly noticing. So what do we need to do to correct that? Like that's probably why there's such a discrepancy between your optimal and your best time right now. Is because sometimes you're getting the apexes, you're able to get on the throttle sooner, and then bam, you just nailed it. But the next corner, which you took really well the previous lap, now you're going to mess it up. Now you're missing the apex, and it's slowing you down. So how are we? What are you feeling? I'm going to ask you. What are you feeling that it's going to require for you to hit apex after apex after apex?
Maybe braking a little bit earlier and not carry as much speed.
Okay. Let's try it. Okay, let's see if we can string it together. Let's really focus up on that. Good adjustment. Wasn't the best of entrances, but I think what you did to adjust made a good difference there.
No.
That was apexing too soon on the throttle too soon.
That left-hander there, I felt like I did okay, but I was just on the brake too little for too long.
Yeah, what I noticed was we took a long time to turn. I think if I'm taking that turn, I'm yanking the steering to the left much sooner. So maybe pause it for, well, it might send you probably don't, well, it'll just, yeah, it'll keep going. I guess we can just take a second. So I think fundamentally when we have a turn that is a long one, so it's we're approaching 180 degrees. So take, for example, the final turn before the home straight. That one requires a lot of trail braking. It takes a long time to get the car to turn around. It's a turn like that requires a very smooth, steady increase in steering rotation until you finally get to the apex. Then you begin to open it up. For turns like what we've been talking about, where so if you look at the little red dot that's going around your screen right now, so Schumacher S, so these two turns coming up.
These.
Yep. Those are, one's 90 degrees, one's just beyond 90 degrees. That's gonna take more. It's gonna, and you need to get the weight transferred sooner. So
Okay.
it requires quicker steering input than a longer turn. So again, where the dot is right now, these two turns back to back, same thing. Got to get the weight transferred early. Got to get the grip levels high early on both of them. That way, because how you took that the turn that you mentioned there, the left-hander, you were gradually getting to like 90 degrees on the steering wheel. But it was so gradual that you had a lot of weight on the front tires, but not a lot of weight on the right rear.
Yeah.
And so there's understeer being induced, and there's not a lot of grip on, because the weight really isn't transferred to the right side of the car, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple more laps. We'll try and feel that we are coming to the end of our time on this one. So let's try a couple more laps. Just see if we can really get that implanted in your head here.
Okay. So I think the common factor here is the fact that I'm not aggressive enough with the steering for the sharper turns.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that is a common denominator that we're seeing on both tracks that we've been on today. So right, like here, yeah, smooth. Exactly, but here, they're quick turns. So we need to get the turn done real quickly here. Right, and do you see what happened there? How much grip you actually had. So if you had turned like that a little bit later, you'd have nailed that apex and you'd have been rapid. You feel me there?
Yeah.
So that just showed us the potential. Yeah, the Schumacher S, you're being violent. I think, we understand how that one works. Once again, kind of slow to the left.
It's just a lazy turning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too lazy. Too careful, I think maybe is another word we could use. So here, it's a long turn. We want to be gentle with the inputs. Yeah. Let first gear help us out. Out we go. Same with this next turn. Same with the next 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. Just about. Maybe between 3 and 4 you could be a little more violent because it's a quick, gotta get the car over to the right. Yeah, here's gradual. Here's gradual. Feel it out. Yep. Here, you gotta be very precise, but very gradual. Delicate balance here of throttle. But now, yeah, we got 2 turns. They need to get done.
I'm still turning in where I was turning in before.
Right. Good.
Which is just that little bit too early.
Good observation. Yes. That was quick. That felt pretty quick. There was a little bit of fighting on exit, but I think you're still trying to find the balance. It's a different feeling that we're discussing that right now, so I understand that. So just think about it in your mind, like, wow, what if I turned in violently but timed it to perfection? How soon could I get on the throttle if I did that? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what the fast boys are doing. You know, when you watch Digit, when you watch Couch, you know, whoever it is that's, you know, consistently getting top 100 times and such, that's how they're doing it. They understand how to take these different corners like that. Weight transfer is one of the things that is really underrated. All right, we'll finish this lap up, and then we'll wrap this up together, okay?
Yep. Felt better.
Mm-hmm. It looked good. That was quick. I think you'll even be up more on your time, at least for this little section. Good catch there. Yeah, we had a little problem at the hairpin, but it's all right.
It's just that weight transfer on the coming back. Okay, I can see where it's making a difference. You're right. I just need to kind of have the braking and the turning timed right now.
Yes, and so that will make a world of difference. Really will. But again, you can't treat every corner like that.
No.
But it seems to me like you've been treating every corner like it's a long, drawn out corner, right? And
yes.
And so we can't quite do that because we don't have time for the weight to transfer, you know, with a quick corner. We can't wait for it. So it's interesting. I've not quite seen it so pronounced like this, honestly, from someone of your level of experience. It's not good or bad. It's just a notation on my part of like, you know, as a teacher, you know, it's interesting for me to see something I haven't quite seen so dramatically, if that makes sense. But it's you know, it's also pretty fun for me to see it and be like, okay, well, let's work on correcting it now. So yeah, I think, you know, as we think about what to take away from this session, and we'll be moving on to the next guest here in a little bit, but I do feel like one of the main takeaways really is, you know, how we approach the corners and how we get the car rotated, and it's different for the type of corner that we're looking at, you know. I think that's obvious. I think, you know, you mentioned it too while you were going around the track, that this is huge. Like, you're really noticing the difference there, and that's like what was the hugest tell. What was the biggest tell was when you decided, you finally, you know, for that left-hander, you really yanked the car over, and you were on the grass on the apex, right?
Yeah.
You probably didn't realize the car could do it. You probably didn't realize that that's what the car could do. And so, and that's pretty much, you know, with the level of downforce that a Group 4 and a Group 3 and even a Group 2 car, that's pretty much how, you know, you're gonna to varying levels of power and grip, but that's pretty much how all three of those classes are going to work. They really are. Group 1's bit different. They have so much power. There's so much power going to the rear wheels. It and there's not depending on the type of Group 1, but there's not always that same amount of downforce in the front, so it can be a little bit different for those. But yeah, I think that's the main takeaway from this session for sure. And then the second takeaway, so again, like when you're practicing for a daily or you're practicing for a league race, um, it's observing how you're taking the corners. And remember the big red flag, right? The big red flag is I am if you are fighting on exit, if you're having to make the if you have to, turn the car fully to make the corner, that's telling you that your entrance needs a whole lot of work, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be that, if you can really focus on that, that's really going to that's really going to help you in getting faster times, and being more consistent. And I think that those are the two big things that I think I would take away from the session. Anything else that you can think of that stands out, or?
No, I think you've kind of covered it. I think the last time that I came on, it was very raw, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like my braking is a little bit more precise,
Absolutely.
which is fine, but now I just need it's the turning and the rotation
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing that definitely showed me that I can be more aggressive with the steering wheel
Mm-hmm.
to get that rotation early rather than it being delayed.
Yeah.
And then you're right, I'm fighting on the exit, which is delaying the throttle,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that's where I'm losing the most time. And I think round Brands, you could see on the slower turning corners, I was keeping up with the Ghost.
Yeah.
But then as soon as you get to the over, I don't know, 45-degree
Mm-hmm.
or 45-degree corners,
Yep.
that's where I was losing quite a bit of time. So the hairpin, the two right-handers,
Yeah.
I was losing quite a significant bit there. But then when the corner was opened up to more than 45 degrees, with that left-hander coming onto the final part,
Mm-hmm.
I was quite quick there.
Yeah. Yes, you
So
were.
I think that's where I need to kind of to work. Not the hairpins as such, but
Mm-hmm.
the re- the corners where you've really got to get that car rotation early to be able to
Early.
get on the power. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The weight needs to get fully transferred to the outer tires as
Yeah.
early as the car can possibly take,
Yeah.
That's really critical. I think that's a great way for you to have put it there.
Hmm.
It's it's good, man. I think that, I think you're going to see some big gains, honestly. Or at the very least, if you're really able to apply these things, and think about how you're approaching the corners, think about what's the result of the corner that I just took, and be able to process that and say, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that, kind of thing.
Yeah.
One thing I would add to that, so even this was happening on the hairpins sometimes as well, but even if you are, um, one of the things that was pretty consistent, like the hairpin at Brands and the hairpin here at NERB, um, not getting slow enough. So like here at NERB, you were very consistently, like, you were at your slowest at 61 miles per hour, and
Yeah.
you needed to be like 55, 56.
Okay.
And so you were on the throttle like 50%, and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting to get on the throttle fully, because you know that if you got on the throttle fully, you were going to go into the dirt. So
Yeah.
so actually just slowing down that little bit more enables you
Hmm.
to get fully on the throttle much sooner, and that'll make a huge difference as well. So Awesome stuff, man. This was a great time. This was really cool.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed myself again. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. It's awesome to see the progress you've made too, and I look forward to doing some different things here. So real quick, before we completely end the session with ads and go to the next guest, ads does spend some time on YouTube. He does stream from time to time. He's not super active, but it is I have watched myself, and it is fun. So there's his channel there. If anyone watching
Lovely.
now
Thank you so much.
that hasn't subbed up to ads yet, go click that link, give him a sub, then come on back for the next session that we're about to do here. Yeah, man. So this was great, really fun for me, and I think it sounds like it was fun for you, like you said. So appreciate you very much, man. You're a tremendous supporter of the channel. You've been a member now for what, 7 or 8 months, something like that.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I can't thank you enough for that support. And you are a genuine friend of the channel, man. You really are. So I I love I love our relationship. It's really cool, and just how things started on different channels, where we met, and then doing this now a couple times. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, it has been really good, and obviously I enjoy live streams. I tend to watch a lot of them back the next day because obviously they start at about 12 o'clock here.
Right.
So a lot of the times I'm not that active in chat, but I do tend to watch them back.
Yes.
So
Yes, you
no,
told me.
I love the channel. I really enjoy the Learn Well Ed sessions that you do, and I'm grateful that you've let me be a part of it twice now. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, friend. Well, let's go
Lovely.
ahead and we'll call it there. And I'm sure we'll see you on a track or a chat very, very soon.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, bud. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. So with that, we need to we need to say hi to Dakara. Good to see you, Dakara. Appreciate you coming in and saying hi. That's really great. So right now we're going to go through a little bit of an intermission. I need to get set up with Dano, and we should be live no later than 10 minutes from now is what I would expect. So give us a little bit to accomplish that, and we will be right back. Hey there, friends. Good to see everyone. Okay, so here we are, Learn with Lead, round 2. We have, I just wanted to say real quick, it was really fun to see Ad's progression and how much he's improved. It's really neat to see all of that. Like, everything was so much more precise than when he had been on before. And it was really awesome. He's really a swell guy, really is. Really quick, a couple people have popped in since I was gone. We got Sarah gone here. Appreciate you, man. And Super Doofus. Good to see you guys. I think SD might have been in earlier too, but say hi to him again. We can't say hi too often. All right, so without further delay, then let's introduce our next guest. We got Dano599. How's it going, friend?
It's going well. Thanks, Led.
Yeah, man. You're welcome. So let's get into a little bit of what brought you here. So let's talk about you. You saw Learn with Lead a number of weeks back, and I think you said it was Super Doofus's session, right?
Yeah, Super Doofus.
What
one of the crew.
One of the crew, yes. What was it? I'm just curious. What was the attraction there? Like, what did you see within the session that was like, huh, maybe I should just do that? Because I think a lot of people, when they finally reach out to me, it's usually like they see this a couple times, they got to buy into it first a little bit, and then they'll reach out to me. But you is like the first time, so what's up with that?
Yeah. A little background, right? I've been racing with Super Doofus for a little while, and he reached out and was going to do a session with you, and then basically racing with him after that and just seeing the amount of improvement he had, that's inspiring to me. I want to progress too. And so, yeah, a lot of it had to do with that. Just
Gotcha.
I could see the instant results of what you were teaching.
Cool, man. That's really sweet. Sorry if I'm chewing a little bit. I'm really hungry. Very cool. So, you've had the game now for just over half a year. Is that right?
Yeah. So, long time Gran Turismo player. I missed kind of generation PS3 and 4.
Okay.
But because I love Gran Turismo, I picked up a PS5 Pro for Christmas. And so late December,
Nice.
early January is when I really hit the ground running with Gran Turismo. So I've been playing for almost 10 months now.
Okay.
Essentially.
And at that same time, you got the wheel, correct? Is that the?
Yep, got the wheel at the same time. So this is a new experience. Most of my hours were spent on controller. And to be honest, I don't know that I'm quicker than myself now with a controller. But for a long time, controller dominated it for me.
Gotcha. Okay. So as far as racing background, though, you're one of the few sim racers that actually have some real life experience, right? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so during that time when I was absent of PS3 and 4, right, I was mid-20s or 20s into early 30s. Was spent a lot of time racing sport bikes. So real world track experiences there. Have some karting experience, but mostly it's centered around bikes for me, which
Gotcha.
There's very low room for error. So
Yeah,
I think you'll find I probably drive cautious, a little too cautious sometimes, but that's why.
Well, you have half the amount of tires for the grip, right? So
That's right.
what would you? So I wanted to pick your. I didn't ask you this when we talked earlier in the week, but I wanted to pick your brain a little bit with that because when I watch like either dirt, a motocross race or one of the superbike races, I see a lot of similarities as far as braking in a straight line. But as far as like, what are some like distinct differences from racing a bike to racing in a car? Like, what could you maybe draw out for us there?
I would say the level of forgiveness on four wheels is a lot more, right? So we have all the same aspects. You have the trail braking, you have, apexing and trying to hit those apexes, coming out of a corner strong. It's just the room for error when you only have two tires and the one tire is giving you propulsion. If you get that in the grass at all, right, you're done.
Yeah.
So,
over.
yeah, I think that's right. And it leads to very cautious braking, and like a lot of guys don't achieve, or at least in the leagues that I was in, right? A lot of them don't even achieve trail braking. It's just, you're concentrated. Okay, I'm in this corner safe, and then you're powering out. So you miss a lot of that.
I probably would have thought, I would have assumed that trail braking was like maybe not even a thing. But
no, it is. Yeah, it is.
But you have your own guys. You have your own like manual brake balance though, right? Like because you have. Is that how it works? You have the left and the right, and they control different the wheels, or is it one and it controls both at the same time?
No, it's a front and rear brake, and it's hand and foot. So you're coordinating.
Oh, wow.
You're coordinating your front brake, which is two disc and two calipers with your left hand, and then you're modulating the rear brake with your foot.
Whoa. So. Okay. So when you trail brake, then on a bike, is it some input with the front? Is it no input with the front? How do you really maximize that?
Yeah, if you're trail braking properly, you're 100% primarily on your front brakes. Those are your big stoppers.
Okay.
The front.
Gotcha. That makes sense. All the weight's going to transfer to that, so all the grip's going to be there. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, sometimes when you're trail braking on a bike, your rear tire's not even touching the ground. You're literally on one wheel.
That's pretty crazy. Okay, that just blew me away. That was really cool. I'm glad I asked these questions. That was fun. Oh man.
Yeah.
Very neat. Okay. Well, I think I could talk about that for a while, but we can't be there forever. So tell us a little bit then, going back to GT7 then. Now, you've already said you feel like maybe you're a little extra cautious because of that racing background, but really quick, I need to say hi to Knight Rider Jim. He says hello all, and welcome Dano. Welcome to you, sir. For those, I haven't announced this yet, but Knight Rider Jim is the next Learn with Lead guest, planning on next Saturday, so that's going to be exciting as well. So tell us about specifically like your sport mode journey. You eventually, you progress through the game enough with the wheel that you unlock sport mode. When did you start doing that, and how has that been?
Oh, I probably started that. I mean, I played the game for a little bit, kind of offline, to get the hang of it and the feel for the wheel. But I would say, like, within a month, I was playing sport and progressing through that. So. Yeah.
So. Was there? When did it start to get harder?
To be honest, there was this point in C, right? Made it into C. I will say, you're learning a lot about what people do in C.
Yep.
And towards the end of C, I found myself having an easier time. Like when my ranking was, I could tell I was about to drop into B, it was a little bit easier. You were higher up on the pole.
Yeah.
You weren't subject to all the chaos going on.
Right.
Spot 5 and behind. So it was easier to get out, get a clean run.
Got it.
B is what's been, I would say, the hardest so far. It's a combination of, when you're in C, there's not a lot of inline racing. You're not close up to someone. You're not all hitting the same braking points and apexing at the same time. You're not, getting a chance to go off the regular line. You're pretty much just running. B was a lot different, and especially towards the higher end of B, it's
Yeah.
like, okay, now you're bumper to bumper with guys. If you miss your braking point, you're going to ruin the guy's race in front of you.
Yep.
Right? So it's a lot more pressure, I feel like, in B.
Yeah.
And especially towards the higher end of it.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, for sure. Totally get it. So, so when it comes to then a track like this, you spent some time here, and you were filling with the Viper a little bit, and then we kind of talked you into the Megane. When you are learning a track, and you're trying to be competitive and get a competitive time, what amount of time do you usually put in before you like get in a race? Or are you one of those that just wants to race and you'll work it out as you kind of go along? Or what's your routine?
Oh, that's a good question. I will say it shifted. I will say initially, not to sugarcoat it, I've had previous track experience. I get in there and I just figure it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say now the style is more of a kind of practice on getting some good laps in and getting a good qualifying time.
Yeah.
And then dipping my foot into online.
Gotcha. Yeah. Making sure that you can get a time that's pretty competitive so that you're not starting in the mid to rear of the pack, right? So
that's right. And I'll say I've noticed this too, right? When I'm generally doing it, I would say your qualifying time is going to be the best time you can do. I find the race pace to be a little less than that.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's one thing I pay attention to as well, is
Mm-hmm.
just trying to keep up with the pace and have some sort of steady lap after lap pace. Sometimes that'll win a race for you.
Yes, I do believe that's the case for sure. I think, well, there, as far as like qualifying time and race pace differences, there are some things working against you in a race, and that's besides, the people around you. But so although the fuel in the daily race practice, although the fuel shows full, it's actually empty. So you don't have the weight of the fuel in the car. That's how,
Oh, wow.
for whatever reason, that's how GT7 works. And of course, as you know, there's no tire wear in the actual qualifying practice time either. So now that's not to say that the tires stay the same the whole time. They do not. The tire temps do rise. You can do enough laps to where the tires are really no good anymore, and exiting and coming back will actually give you like fresh tires. That really is true. But the weight difference between having no fuel and then having full fuel, that is actually significant. And I applaud GT7 for making it different. I poo-poo them a little bit, because that's not like, you don't see that. You can't know that unless you find out from different sources, So yeah,
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah. So you will always have your best time in quali for sure. I find that if you can, it depends on the length of the track, of course, but if you can be, around a second to a second and a half off of your qualifying time, you're probably in a good range. But that really depends on the amount of tire wear. So, it's times one here. So I really do feel like you should try to be within about a second of your best time. That's probably the right range to be in, because the tire wear is so minimal on this one. But like last week, where it was Laguna Seca, and the softs lasted, just a handful of laps in their optimal condition, like that's going to be really hard to maintain a good pace when you're doing that. So
right.
Yeah. So yeah, those are some factors for sure that you have to consider when you're doing these things. But well, good stuff. Last question before we hit the track. Gotta ask you. So, Dano599 is your name. So I kind of, we get the Dano part, but what's with the 599? Like, how did that come to be?
Yeah, so nothing special, right? Moved back to Texas in my 20s, started selling cars. And I had an email address that ended in 599. And so, yeah, my sister-in-law will often, all my life, Bookem Dano was always a thing, right?
Yeah, Bookem. That's from Hawaii 5-0, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So that stuck with me, and then I just introduced the 599. I ended up using that number. It's odd. It started with an email, but it ended up being my race number on bikes and so on and so forth. So it's stuck with me, and it's sentimental now.
Yeah, no doubt. I get it. That's really cool. I mean, I know it's a simple thing, but you wonder. There are a lot of names out there, and sometimes people just try to pick the most absurd thing or whatever. But sometimes there is just a backstory to these things. So I think that's really fun. Okay, well let's break the track down and break the corners down here. We'll spend some time talking about each one. So you get right behind me, and I'm gonna stop at each braking point. Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about each one. All right. So braking point for this one is basically halfway between the number 2 and the number 1 board on the left there. So right about where I am right now. From there, we can't. It's an interesting corner because you really can't brake in a straight line. So a key factor with that, as you probably understand already though, but just for everybody watching, is if you can't brake in a straight line, then 100% braking pretty much is not an option. If you're having to turn and brake at the same time, there's got to be less than 100% in somewhere in that range. So I mean, if you're like 100% for a millisecond and then you're immediately starting to trail off, that's probably fine. But you're braking and you're going this way right here, you downshift to 4th. Then right as you get to this part, you're downshifting to 3rd. And then we're really aiming to be on the throttle right here, back up to 4th, and clip some of this curbing right here. And if you end up on the grass a little bit too, that's okay, because that'll actually help rotate the car.
Got it. Okay.
Any differences there between how you've been approaching that one, or?
No, I would say maybe I brake a little earlier than you. I generally will hit a downshift between those 2 marker boards, and then hit my final 3rd. So yeah, I may be slightly later, but same concept.
Okay, very good. All right, so braking point for this corner is pretty much right here, just before you get under this bridge. This is a brake in a straight line to then trail brake and decelerate all the way to the apex. Now, there is also the option of a double apex for this one. If you do a wide entrance, you don't want it to be too wide, but you can't. But if you end up being narrow, then you might as well just double apex it. So I opt for a late apex, but not too wide of an entrance. That's pretty much how I approach it. And so you're in 4th, I believe. You rev 4th out, brake in a straight line to this point right here, and pretty much as your car reaches the curb on the left there, that's when you start to turn. That's when you downshift once to 3rd, and I'm going for this line right here, downshifting to 2nd at this point, and I'm decelerating the whole time so that once I get to this part right here, this is where I'm at my slowest, and this is where I'm getting on the throttle.
Okay.
And I'm trying to straighten the exit as much as possible because the McGann wants to do, some kind of figure skating move at the exit of this corner, right? So how is that similar or maybe a little different than your approach?
Yeah, similar. I think already I can tell I'm probably not slowing off. I'm probably slower, faster, I think, than you in here. So
yeah, that's interesting that you mentioned that. So yeah, I think when I first started practicing with the car, I was at my slowest. I kept being at my slowest right about here.
Okay.
And that
right where that dirty black stuff starts is where I tend to be coming down into my slower speed. So right about where you are.
Yeah, and it's just too early because there's a tendency when you're finally done braking, you feel like, oh, I got to get on the throttle, which is great if you're in the right spot. But if it's too early like this, then you're just going to be fighting the car on exit. So I've really found that being at your slowest all the way over here, or maybe a little bit further back than that, just by a little bit, is really helpful because you've gotten more rotation accomplished that way, and you can have an open steering. You can open the steering on exit much easier, which when you're tracking out all the way to here, this bump, the car doesn't like it, but the straighter you are when you hit this bump, the better, right? Okay.
Got it. Okay.
All right, this one is a really quick left-hander. Kind of like we were talking about with ads, you have to get the weight transferred really quickly with a corner like this. So it's a quick maximum brake, right? Maybe actually braking point right about here, I think, is where you want to be. Maximum brake to immediately trail braking down, if you can, keeping the car in third, so that all the rotation and all the weight is on the right tires right here, so that you can get on the throttle right now. So that's really key with this corner, is how early you get on the throttle. It's very easy to not be able to get on the throttle until after the apex. And I mean, if you're trying to salvage a bad entrance, because eventually you every now and then you do that, that's one thing. But if that's how we're habitually doing this corner, then we've got a bad habit, right?
Yep.
So how does that entrance mesh with what you've been doing?
Yeah, same thing. I will say initially, right, trying to learn this car, I was going all the way down to second to help get the rotation push through this apex. But I will say in the last day or so, 2 days, I've kind of just a little bit more brake, similar to what you're saying, and trying to stay in third. But I will find, it's this next corner is more of a skating rink to me than one of us here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I don't mind a little bit of third also. Second gear. I remember when the Genesis was the meta for this track. I was habitually dropping to a quick second, right back up to third, because it acted like a handbrake basically. And so it can get that really quick rotation. And if the key, so the danger of dropping to second is you end up scrubbing too much speed, right? That's the critical thing. So that's what I was finding too, is I want to be right where I am right now. I want to be like 70 or 71 miles an hour when I'm getting on the throttle, and dropping to second can get you, like, it can, not always, but it can take you all the way down to like 66, 65, and that's a whole lot of miles per hour that you're not really going to recover on a short straight that comes afterwards, right? So, okay. One of the real tricky parts about this track, and what we're really trying to avoid, is having to really turn the wheel hard at this point when you're exiting, because it doesn't like this bump either. So the more rotation you get done before the apex, and the straighter you can make the steering on exit, it's going to be so much better. It's going to be a better life, without a doubt. Okay.
Got it.
This corner here requires a lot of patience, so we're braking right about this part. Like there's a little grate on the right that ends where the rear of my car is. That's pretty much where I'm braking. I'm trying to brake in a straight line and stay in third. I'm trying to carry that speed. So a quick straight line, then I'm trail braking off, and then I'm really watching how the car is responding, because I want to be on the throttle right now. and I want to get the car down to about 65, 64 miles an hour. If I have to end up being at like 62, but that lets me clip the apex, I'm okay with that. That's serviceable. But that's what I'm trying to do. An early throttle on this corner is majestic because of the long flat out section that comes afterwards, you know?
Yeah.
So, and it feels like you're gonna go wide, but the car handles it really well, and so you kind of have to explore the limits of what the car can handle on this corner, and it may surprise someone. How does that mesh with your approach on this corner?
Yeah, meshes. Well, I will fully admit, after watching your session with ads, I did back up my braking point on the entry to this.
Okay.
I will say this is the dirtiest corner for me, probably,
okay.
to work of this whole track. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it just gets me and I don't know why. I should know. But yeah, it's a fading corner, and then it pulls in tight, and yeah, it's rough for me.
Yeah,
not very consistent here.
And then you hit that inner curve on the apex, and you're done. It's over. Yeah. it hates that bump. Oh, and I hate it, honestly. It's a mutual hatred. Steven Sills, good to see you, friend. Appreciate you coming in. Okay. Yep, so there's that. So if you've done it good, your momentum will carry you out all the way over here. And you even get a little extra happiness there, progression on the outside the track.
Right.
All right, the three right-handers. Quick ones. So let's slow it down here. Braking point is right about here. This is a hard one. Honestly, if I didn't mention this in the lap guide that I did, but to be honest, part of my break point for this is hearing the split, the beep for the split, the sector split. So I hear that beep, I get on the brakes, and then I turn at the number 1 board is how I do it. Because this is like, it's basically right about here is where I brake. But there really is no marker. Like, there's nothing. It's kind of crazy. So that's how I've been doing it, especially in race when there's cars all over the place and it's really hard to see where things might be. So that's what I'm doing there. And then, so I'm dropping down to 4th, turning right at the board, and then I'm using some trail braking to make sure that the car tightens. The car sometimes wants to be wide of the apex, but you really got to hit this apex nice. If you even get on the grass a little bit on the inside, that's okay. It'll just rotate you a little bit, but nothing shameful about it, really. And then momentum should track you out all the way out here. How does that mesh with your experiences there?
Yeah, similar, same. I will admit I brake a little deeper, and that is something I've learned from watching your material, is just slowing it down a little bit. So I brake a little later, and I do give it one jab of the brakes. It kind of settles the car into that right-hander.
Okay.
But the line is, I do the identical on the line.
Okay. Do you have a minimum speed you're trying to accomplish there?
No, and I will tell you, Led, full disclosure, right? Very hard to keep track of pulling from just like my real race experience on a bike. You're more an RPM and gear person.
Yeah.
Versus so that's been a hard transition. I'll be honest, I don't even look at the mile per hour. I'm more about gear, sound of the motor, and RPM.
Gotcha.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's more true to real life. You know, we don't get a HUD.
Yeah.
We don't get a HUD like this when we're racing in real life, or driving in real life for that matter. I could use one in real life, just driving my commute. I think this would be great. I need a HUD heads-up display. Right. Anyway, I'll ask GM to work on it or something. Yeah, so I do. One of the things that when I'm watching the top time in the world, I watch that replay. One of the things that I'm looking for is what is the minimum speed he carries through a corner. Okay. I do that And it's not, not necessarily because I might not be able to replicate that, right? It's the fastest time in the world, for crying out loud. But it at least gives me something to shoot for because I know the car is capable of it. Does that, does that make sense? I've had other guests too that say, you watch the miles per hour? I said, well, I don't watch it. I take a quick glance.
Yeah.
And I guess that's not something that everybody's comfortable with, but it's something that I've been able to do, and it does help me in that regard. Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely a takeaway I got from your session earlier, and something you talked about a lot. So
yeah,
it's on my to-do list is to start, adding that skill in.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. So we got this corner. This out of the. It's interesting. Out of the 3 right-handers, this one is the slowest one. We are braking. I kind of brake right about here. It's just after the 2 board there, that right about where you are. So I'm doing this. I'm downshifting to 3rd, and I am trying to get as wide as the game will let me. So I really try to get way out here and get the car firmly planted on the left side. Wait all the way over there. It's good to take a lot of this apex, but again, this car really struggles with the bumps, so it can be a little bit of a roll of a dice the more of that apex you cover. But I want to be on the throttle no later than where you are right there. And I'm trying to maintain 86 miles per hour at the apex and come all the way out here with my momentum. Have you been doing the same thing gear-wise there?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And then this one, it's tempting to use 3rd gear. In some cases I have used 3rd gear to just drop down and then exit in 4th on this one. But this one is faster because you can take more of the apex safer in a safer fashion because it's not as much of a rise. So I'm trying to maintain like 93, 94 through this one and come through it in 4th. And then, for whatever reason, I don't know if they got grippier grass here at Branch Hatch, but if I'm out here, it doesn't seem to be a problem very often. So if I end up that wide, I'm okay with it. Okay?
Okay.
And then this one, I'm trying to brake. Most of the time, I think it's with like other compounds of tires, but with these hards, I'm trying to brake right just a little bit before this one board. Like most of the time I'm braking like right around here probably with the mediums and that sort of thing and the softs. But I can't do it. I kind of had to work it out of my brain to make sure I didn't do it anymore. So you're in 4th, you're dropping down to 3rd. It's a quick, full braking with immediate trail brake, trying to maintain 3rd gear, taking 3rd gear all the way through here, try to maintain 70, 71 miles an hour on the throttle before we get to the apex. And if my momentum carries me all the way out here, I'm okay with that. One of the things about the game too, Dano, that you might not recognize is, except if it's not gravel, if you just go into the grass, you do not get fully dirty tires if two wheels go onto the grass. It's only for grass. It's only when all 4 tires have gone off. That's when you get dirty tires.
Okay.
What I've noticed is, if you get onto the type of gravel that like goes into your wheel wells and like spits out, and that type of gravel, which is here, then if you dip 2 tires into that and you're in it for long enough, now you've got, the game tells you have all dirty tires, basically, is how the game works. So it's interesting how that works and operates, but it's good to know like what your limits really are and how you can respond if you've gone too over or not. So all right, last corner, here we go. All right, braking spot here is right about this spot. I do want to get the brake. I'm moving this braking spot back a little bit from other times as well. Mainly because I'm really committed to getting this car rotated here. So if I'm conscious enough while I'm braking in a straight line, I'll actually go wider first. So I'll try to get on this gray concrete or pavement over on the left. And then I'm getting the car rotated. And I need all the grip on the left tires so that I can get on the throttle right here. And I'm trying to maintain about 81, 82 miles an hour. I think sometimes miracles have happened and I've carried 84 here and made the corner. I don't know if I can't do that every time. But 80, 81, 82 I think is what I'm going for really. Keeping in third. And you really need all that grip early because of this rise right here. The car goes light. So if you're going to maintain full throttle, you got to have it like that. How does that compare to what your experience has been on that final corner?
Yeah, I think using that little gray patch, that'll be something I can implement. I tend to stay straight right on that line and then go over the apex and use the same line from that point on, but I never thought to dip over to the left a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, gotcha. That's something that I watched the Ghost do, Burton's Ghost, so that's how I gathered that. I don't know that I would have thought of that on my own either. All right, let's, so our tires are ice cold. Let's go ahead and go to the pit. When you're ready, go ahead and exit, get into the pit lane there. Okay, and then we'll come back out. And we'll just, you'll follow me, and we'll kind of just take these lines, you know, 60, 70% speed. Make sure that we're right where we want to be, okay, before we start pushing the limits.
Got it.
So your time so far on this is a 32 something?
I made it down into the 131s.
31s now, okay, good.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to be nice and close to me here. I don't mind if you bump me.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, so we'll be as precise as we possibly can here. Still staying well within the limits of what the car can do. Got a little grass. That's one way to rotate the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
This back section is nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's even worse when you have cars all around you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So, such a narrow track.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. I mean, in Group 4 cars, right, that it's always seems to be close racing, door to door, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, it is. Well, The margins for error are a little larger in Group 4 because it's a little slower. I find that it's probably, as far as races go, it can provide the most competitive racing because people's mistakes aren't so catastrophic as they are in the faster cars. All right, so let's go ahead and try and pick up the pace now a little bit. Tires are warmer.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna let you catch up just a little bit first. So we'll really go at the beginning of the next lap here.
Okay.
I didn't brake properly there. It's my fault. Now you're right on me.
That's one of Ads mentioned that was one of his favorite corners, and I will admit, if you nail that one, it feels really good.
Yeah, he did. Okay, that was limit. Good, you're right there. Excellent.
It's hard to trust that last corner. That white line that goes across, I tend to get on the gas right about there, which from what you showed is a little too late, but...
Yeah. Messed this one. I messed this up one again.
I did too.
All right, let's do it again.
Ooh, space that one.
One of the great things about the Megane is if you can apply that throttle correctly, you get just the right amount of power oversteer to where it rotates the car on exit. That's one of the reasons why the Megane is the meta for this week, is because of its capability for that.
Right. Yeah, I agree. This is my first experience with this car.
Yeah.
I mean, this week.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There we went. Very good.
That one.
I like it. It's good. We're pushing the limits and exceeding them. There we go.
Right.
All right, you go ahead and take the lead.
Okay.
So at this stage of the session now, you know, we've focused on the lines. We've tried to mimic exactly what we should do. And now from behind, I can watch you and see what you're doing well, where I might be catching you, those sorts of things. missed that apex a little bit.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so there, I'm on the throttle much sooner than you, and I'm right on your bumper now. And basically the same line as well, so I think maybe we're underestimating what the car can do there. Well, fine. The game says I broke the law.
Ooh.
Yeah, you went all 4 off, so you will have dirty tires now. All right, let's do it again. Here we go.
Okay. I think I'm downshifting to second too early because I cannot figure out why I can't stop a little later in that first corner.
Okay.
Or second corner, I guess.
Okay. Yep, you got the curb.
Yeah.
Does not like it.
Does not. I think that's why I'm too cautious on that corner.
Yeah, it could be. I understand it.
Everywhere else back here, right, you can kind of drive off track if necessary, and
Yeah.
you can't there.
Right. I gathered it back. All right. So anyone else just joining right now, we're on our second session, our second Learn with Lead for the day. Right now we're with Dano599. And so we're doing right now a little follow the leader. I'm watching him. After this, we'll do a share screen. And because of some of the troubles Dano has had in sport mode, we're gonna watch him do a race also later on. And we'll talk about that some.
That one felt a little better. I went in there a little slower.
Yeah, I did not catch you like I had been other times, so it looked good. Ooh.
A little early.
A little early on the throttle or turn in?
Turn in.
Okay.
For me, yeah. Ooh. Alright, I like that little cement patch.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice little thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Don't do it.
Yeah, I did it. I have the tendency back there when you first hit your first braking point, I just want to start going towards the apex.
Yeah, you can't.
And that's, yeah.
But I understand it totally. Yeah, it feels like you should, but it feels the fastest way through that corner feels absolutely the slowest. It's so strange.
Yeah, I agree.
Mustang Drifter, how's it going, friend? Good to see you, bud. So probably carrying too much speed to the apex that time?
Yeah, a little too hot.
You're right.
That's where I battle. I'm either too early or coming in too hot. Ooh.
Now you broke the law, it says.
Got me.
Wow, you didn't miss that apex.
I beat that one up.
Yeah,
pretty bad.
It doesn't know what hit it. Nice turn. I think that's the best I've seen you take turn one so far.
Well, I had to use second there.
I saw you got
going a little too hot.
Yeah, you got good rotation out of that though. All right, we'll let you serve for your crimes. So, a couple of observations. So I'm seeing you mentioned how you feel like you tend to be cautious, and so I'm seeing some of that. Now, I wouldn't say like the caution that I'm seeing is not like this crazy amount of like I'm afraid I'm gonna wreck and that sort of thing. It's safe, but it's still a quick pace. Like I like what I'm seeing, honestly.
Okay, and I agree with you. I think probably in online is where, I don't know, it's just something about online, right?
Okay.
I am probably more cautious in that scenario, so maybe you'll see it more.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
So a question then. So when you time trial, do you usually follow a ghost?
I do. Full disclosure, I feel like racing myself is the best method.
Okay.
So I generally don't load like a top lobby ghost. Ooh.
Okay.
You know, I'll compete against myself essentially. Now I do take note of the times, and I will watch one. I'll watch a replay.
So
but
when you follow your ghost, do you have it set at the same time as you, or do you put it ahead of you some?
half second ahead.
Half second ahead. Okay.
Yep.
And then do you practice at all without any ghosts whatsoever?
I do, but very rarely.
Okay.
If I'm too close to the ghost, I'll turn it off.
Okay.
Like mid lap.
Right.
Ooh, a little deep on that one. Ooh. All right, come on.
Thank you for the like there, Mustang. Appreciate you, bud. Okay. Yeah, so maybe I would encourage perhaps a little more practice without a ghost.
Okay.
So sometimes we can rely on it more than we realize. And when that's not there in a race, we don't recognize actually how much it's slowing us up because we're just not used to it.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense.
oh,
Uh-oh.
I'm good. We good.
Yeah, the gravel here really stinks if you get in it.
Sure does.
Yeah.
All right, so second observation then is, I think, again,
Yep.
another Apex slaughtered by Dano599. So with the caution that's, so I said the caution's not like overtly terrible. So I think the way I put it in the past is, and you may have heard in some of the things that I've put out there, a comfortable, repeatable pace, right? So
Right.
we all have a comfortable, repeatable pace. Let me ask you, when you are practicing, going for a qualifying time, is that a do you feel like you are pushing yourself at all during that time, or do you still try and stay within the comfortable, repeatable pace?
So I feel like I'm pushing myself. So I use my ghost at a half-second interval to make changes, to either decide to go like a little deeper into a corner or break a little sooner. So yeah, I feel like I do feel like that, but I feel like after so much repetitious, I see where you're going. Like I do find myself in just a pretty comfortable pace at that point.
Okay. And then I'm guessing in a race, then you maybe find yourself well within those limits, just trying to avoid a mistake kind of situation, or?
Yeah, definitely this week with this track for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Juggalo, good to see you, man. Thank you for the like drop. Appreciate you, bud. We're just a couple away from 40, I think. So another thing that I want to say, and I think it's really should be an encouragement for you. I'm seeing A ranked pace like most of the time. I feel like your pace through here honestly is much faster than your B rank would suggest.
Okay.
Which perhaps tells me, yeah, we definitely need to work on racing strat and like how to really manage the traffic and manage the situations that you find yourself in.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is why we're going to do a race later on, or you enter a race, I should say. All right, I think at this point, let's go ahead and I've seen all I can see here. We've caught a couple things. Let's go ahead and do a share screen.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and go to the actual daily, so you get the same conditions that you've been doing there.
Got it. So jump out of this lobby.
Yeah, go ahead and jump out of this one. Yep.
Okay. Checking network environment.
Mm-hmm. That's what we got to do.
Right. Okay, can I go ahead and share screen?
Yep, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay. We see what you see, sir.
Okay. Get into sport. Okay, we're gonna do an actual race, right? Or are we doing quality?
I think we're shooting for the 2 o'clock race. Let's spend a good amount of time doing this, and usually, you know, I might even have to share a screen with you to show you a couple things. Let's see how things go, but we'll give ourselves plenty of time and plan for the 2 o'clock race for you.
Okay. So I did qualify.
Yep.
Okay.
31.6. Very nice. Yeah, Juggalo, that's what we are doing. That's typically what happens on a Saturday for, goodness, I can't even think of how many Saturdays in a row now. You guys keep wanting to do sessions, so we keep doing them. The list is like, well, after getting the 2 done today, I think we have 6 people on the list still waiting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we call these Learn with Leds. This is our second guest of the day, so we had ads on before. He's a returning guest. The first time we've had a returning guest, and now we have Dano599. If anyone is watching right now and would like to set yourself up for a session like this, you can reach out to me, Lead Pencil 2017. Right here. Yeah, sorry about the lack of sound. That's what happens a lot with these share screens. We lose the game audio, but we get everything else. So I think it's a good deal. Let's see. Yeah, so you can reach out to me there. Friend request me and message me that you want a session, or you can join our Discord and reach out to me there. By the way, just a reminder, I forgot to mention this with ads when ads was on, but we do have special Learn with Lead bumper stickers that you can put as a decal on your GT7 cars. That's accessible through our Discord as well. All right, let's hone in here and see what we see here a little bit closer. All right, so that's you up ahead. Now, that ghost of yours is just that's your 34.6 that you just put up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And see, usually, like if I'm getting this close to it, I will
yeah, get rid of
turn it off.
Yep. Right, and a 34.6, it's not like it's close to your record anyway, so.
Right.
What if you have no talent? Could you still help? Well, I think so. We've had guests on that have been just playing for like a month, less than a month in one case. And we had them on because we thought, yeah, I mean, what better way to start your GT7 progress than having a Learn with LED session to get you guys going. Saragon asks how old I am. I am 42. I'm 42 for another month, and then I'm no longer 42.
It's your birthday in October, Led?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm a Scorpio
fun.
through and through.
Nice. Very cool. So on that hairpin right there, let's try and downshift a second a little sooner.
Okay.
The reason being is you're not really gaining the help that engine braking will give to you there. So let's try and downshift a little sooner and get that benefit. Okay, it was a brag. Nielsen just said, I just finished 200 laps at Nords. I'm guessing you're tired right now. You should probably not be watching us and get some rest. I don't normally tell people not to watch, but I think I'm going to tell you, go to bed. Congrats on that achievement, though, Nielsen. That is wild. Sounds like agony, honestly. But, yeah. Well done, bud.
Oh, a little deep on that one.
Oh, sorry. I have my two of my kids are with me right now. One of them says that they want me to open the presents. I'm not going to open presents now. We're watching Dano do his laps. Okay. Okay. After this, after I'm done with the game and done with the stream, we'll do the presents. Is that a deal?
When are you gonna be done?
Probably between 3:30 and 4. Is that acceptable to you?
3:45?
Maybe.
3:46.
Okay, that's enough out of you. I have a job to do. Bye. Nielsen says, actually, it was the best race I ever had. All right. That's cool, man. I would not be saying that after 24 hours on that forsaken track. All right, here we go. So we've got a 32.3 so far. I think we turned just a tad bit too soon there.
Okay.
Because your speed was good, but you ended up going wide. So I think we're maybe just a little early on the turn in there. That was pretty. That was very smooth. I like that.
Well, a little early there, too.
Yeah. And that's shown by how wide you went on exit there. I like it. Now, on that left-hander right there, it feels like we're habitually on the throttle late. Is that
Okay.
because you're scared of the exit and you want to make sure you don't hit that bump too hard, or what? Or did you not even notice that?
I didn't notice it, but I will tell you, you're probably correct. The underlying fear is to shoot over that, that big candy and be done after that.
Got it.
Ooh,
that one sent you.
that one did.
I think what we need is a little more rotation going into that corner. I really want you to shoot for full throttle no later than the apex, and ideally a little bit before it. It can be done. The car will do it. Juggalo says, do you coach quali or racing as well? Well, mostly we focus on, for one of these, we typically focus more on the actual time trialing and qualies and such. But like today, we are going to have Dano do a race, and we are going to watch his race and see what insights we can gather from that.
All right, I feel like I was on the gas a little.
That was a little sooner, and you
little sooner.
And you looked really stable coming out of the corner too. It felt good, didn't it?
Yeah, I backed up my braking point slightly.
Yeah.
Which allowed me to get on throttle a little earlier. So
yeah. I'm not going to lie, Juggalo says. This is really cool. Well, I'm glad you're not lying, because lying is bad. So that's good. And I'm glad you're liking the session as well, man. It's pretty cool. We like it around here too. I get a huge kick out of doing this. All right. At this point, Mr. Dano, I'm gonna. So sometimes when I'm doing a session with someone, I don't shake their routine up too much.
Okay.
But I am gonna shake yours up some. Okay.
Okay.
So I want you to put the top ghost on as your ghost.
Okay.
And I just want to see how that feels for you and what this might accomplish for you. Okay.
Got it.
So, and while you're setting that up, let me explain to you how I use a ghost. So, when I'm using a ghost, and go ahead and make sure that it's set like at least 2/10 ahead of you. I like 2/10 myself.
Okay. So, and should I turn? I guess I want to turn mine off.
Probably want to turn yours off. Yeah. Yep. Turn yours off, and then
display loaded ghost.
Have it reset at each sector. Turn that on.
Reset ghost position.
Yep. So that way, if you have a really bad corner, you're not having to wait until the next lap to catch up to them. You know. Yeah.
2/10, you said.
Yep. I'd like you to try that.
Okay.
So how I use a ghost is, how do I want to put it? Pause it for just a moment. So what I'm really looking for is where he's turning in, and I'm looking for when he's on the throttle. Now, sometimes throttle is a little hard to see, but what I find is really helpful for me is if I have entered like the ghost has, which is what I'm trying to do, right? Then 95% of the time, if I get the throttle right when the ghost gets onto the throttle, I know I'm going to make the corner. One of the things that I struggled with a lot when I started was really being uncertain when to get on the throttle, because I always felt like I'm going to go too wide and I'm going to spin, I'm going to crash or whatever, right? So following the ghost at this level really helps me gain confidence, and it might do the same for you, because now of course you got to enter properly, but if you can enter properly, And really, what you're aiming to do is to try and keep that ghost from departing from you, so that it doesn't get too far ahead of you. So let's see what
Sure.
happens. I'm curious to see what this might do for you, okay?
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, man, let's do it. BL says lying is a 5-second penalty. 5 seconds. Yeah, it definitely is. All right, so here's going to pop up Mr. Burton. Bink. What's up, bud? How's it going? Okay, so right there, I saw he was wider than you when he turned in.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, we'll just call that one a mulligan. We'll call a mulligan on that one. Don't need to talk about that one again. Good. You were a little I think so. You were 50% throttle. You were on the throttle before the apex, but you were 50%. I think honestly, if you had slammed the throttle all the way forward, you would have actually gotten rotation on exit, and you would have made the corner.
Okay.
I know this is a lot of information. There's going to be more coming, but it can be a little bit of information overload. But my hope is not to overload you, but hopefully, when we finish up a session, I always break it down for the guest to the bare minimum of like these 2 things, these 3 things, or whatever,
Got it.
that you can take away. So don't worry. It might feel like a lot, but
okay. I just need to collect myself for a second here.
Yep.
Okay.
Not a
Let's
problem.
do this.
Not a problem. You're among friends. We all love you. We all love you. We're all cheering for you. You thought you were in 5th.
I did.
Ole, what's up, bud? Good to see you, Ole. It's cool and interesting to watch and learn from you guys. Yeah, that's the idea, man. Obviously, we like to have guests on, and I think the guest probably gets the most out of the session. But the idea for doing this live is so that anybody can hop in and watch and learn also. So glad that you came in, stopped by, said hi. Appreciate you, man. Okay, so you, as I mentioned earlier, you're turning in a little early there.
Yep.
And because he was wider than you, and he actually was able to carry more speed through there. Good speed carried through there. That's good. All right, so we aren't decelerating enough. We need to decelerate a little more, get on the throttle. Well, you can get on getting on the throttle there is good. It's just we're not decelerating enough. There,
Okay.
we keep going too wide there. That's been pretty habitual now, so we'll work on that. I'll answer that in a second here, Knight Rider. Jim, 1 second. Good, that was quick.
Yeah, that one felt good. I was on the gas a little earlier.
You were, and you did the right amount of braking to start, so getting fully on the gas, there was no drama on exit whatsoever. Mustang's had a session once already. He can have another one in a few months if he wants. Like I said, if you want to be a returning guest to Learn with Lead, I only ask that there's a 6 months of separation between the 2 sessions. No, not a random. Yeah, Saragon answered that well. He's not a Dano's not a random dude. He's been following us for a while now. I do ask that, you know, someone who is I guess is at least a subscriber of our channel, someone that we know at least a little bit. I always get to know the guests better. We always do a little pre-sound check and we talk about things and all of that ahead of time. So yeah, if you're interested, if anyone's watching right now and interested in a session for themselves, the waiting list is about 6 long right now. So if you want to get a session, then it is good to go ahead and let me know now, because you'll have to wait a month or two before your turn rolls around. So Trim asked me about my gloves. So yeah, my gloves are by Maradness. Did any of you have the car carpet? Because that's what this is, the car carpet. It's hilarious to me. And honestly, like, no joke, we have the car carpet still. It's part of it's in one of the parts of our house right now. I could go up. Now, interestingly enough, fun fact that is useless information for everyone. The car carpet and the gloves are backwards. Because what I wanted to do was take a picture holding the glove and like trying to orient it just perfectly so that you could almost not tell where the glove started and where the rug was. But it's backwards. It doesn't go. So it's a bummer. I couldn't do that. But I will say I love the gloves. The insides are silky smooth. This is going to be your Maradness commercial for the day. The insides are silky smooth. And so it's really comfortable, and you got good grips. You can see the grips here on the inside. So for me, what the gloves are great for is endurance. So when I do a 4 or 5 hour stream and I've been racing the whole time, like I don't have to like really over grip the steering wheel. I can loosely hold and still get the grip that I need. There you go. There's the commercial. Best gloves ever. Yeah. I mean, I've never had any other gloves. Greasy Sam Squanch, he recommended Maradness to me because I saw he had some, so I asked him what he had. Based out of Canada. Great for endurance. I think that's really awesome what they're for. All right, you want to restart here? Maybe recollect?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, if anyone wants to do a session, you can join our Discord and direct message me through Discord. Actually, it's better if you do become a member of the Discord, because when you do your session, then you get access to personalized bumper stickers for Learn with Lead guests. So right there, Dano, you're doing something a little different, I see already. So you typically would have a wider entrance than what you were doing right there. And I think what you're doing right now, you're following the ghost line a little bit more there, and it's much better.
Okay. It does feel better.
Yeah, and it's quicker. It's
I'm trying to let third roll a little longer too, like you suggested.
Yeah, I think it's good. On the throttle a little early there. Missed the apex a wee bit. Yeah, so any former Learn with Lead guests have access to that. If you're not on the Discord, you can go ahead and join, and we'll give you the permissions for it right away, because we know who you are. All right, we are at 2:37. I do want to manage the time here so that we're ready for the race coming up. So, and really, would it be nice if you beat your time? Yeah, it would be really cool if you did live on stream, and we like it when that happens.
Right.
But I don't want you necessarily to worry about that. the main thing is implementing what we've been talking about here.
Okay.
And getting the feel for that, because we want to be able to try and replicate this feeling again, right? So, all right. So, and for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm gonna kind of really nitpick. Okay.
Okay.
Good line, patient, good. Good weight transfer. Good exit.
Ooh.
Needed third. We didn't drop the
Yeah.
third there. Okay. And time we got a little too slow, too fast that time.
Yeah.
That was good. That's better than your previous. You were hesitant on the throttle the previous lap, but this time you got on it more fully sooner. Stinking inside curb. Look at the thing. Hateful thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a little bit inside on that corner too. I
Yeah.
noticed the ghosts. I'm always to the right of them and to the outside a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the benefit of having a consistent ghost in front of you. Doing the same fast lap every time. That was interesting. I think we hit the brakes too hard that time. All right, let's pause for a moment. Okay, so what I'm seeing, and this, you may be aware of this, you may not. So, but we're going to talk about it. So,
Okay.
one of the reasons that you carry too much speed through the apex and are going wide on corners is there's not enough, we'll say 10 to 30% brake pressure. So, or you might also say the last bit of trail braking. We're kind of skipping that lower range of brake pressure and we're just dropping off. And we're just kind of end up waiting for the car to turn. Whereas if you had that minimal brake pressure, you would actually see the car grip up and tighten you to the apex. So like that turn that you just did, the left-hander, you carried 73 miles per hour through the apex, and you had to wait to get on the throttle until after the apex, after you already had passed it. Okay, so and the reason that happened is because you went full brake, you spent a little bit of time at about 50%, and then you let off. Okay, so if you had spent time, say around 20-30% brake pressure, that would have slowed you down the extra few miles per hour that you needed to make the corner, right?
Got it.
And you could have gotten on the throttle sooner. And because you were slower, you would have made the corner with no drama. All right? So that's a lot, technically, but let's just boil it down to one thing. Minimal brake pressure. So let me ask you something with your brakes. Can you feel that minimal brake pressure? Like if you were just continue and just stop on the track, can you feel that range, let's say the 0 to 50% brake pressure?
No, not through the pedal, to be honest. It's pretty numb. It's more of a muscle memory thing for me.
Let me see you do it. So if you hit continue. Okay, and just come to a stop, right? Okay, so you got 100. Now go to 50. Okay, now give me 20. Okay, try and give me the minimal amount of braking you can. All right, so it's there. It's the range is there. Now, can you, like, if I were to say, let's do this exercise. Let's have you go full, and then as slow as possible go to 0, as slow as you can manage, and try to be as smooth as possible in that. Like one speed as close as you can. Now, no one can really do this well, so don't feel like, oh, you stink at this. It's not like that. All right, so try double that speed and come off the brake. All right, so it's there. I think you can do it. Sometimes, sometimes the equipment, sometimes the calibration, sometimes the setup is a limiting factor. I don't think you have that limiting factor based off the fact that you can get there. Now the question is how well you can feel that when in the thick of actually going around a corner. We'll see what that's like. So let's see if we can implement some of that. So key corners where that will be key, okay? This turn right here coming up.
Yep.
Turn 2, the hairpin.
Okay.
Turn turn 4, the left-hander. That will help you tighten. You know how sometimes you were saying how you end up wider than the ghost? That will help you tighten to the apex. And then definitely the turn that you just did, the previous one, will also be like that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I don't know if you're interested in seeing this, but do you want me to show you? I do have my like dead zone, probably a little weird. I just find the G29 pedals to be, there's not a lot of movement in the brake.
Yeah.
For me. So it is very much just like small micro maneuvers to get the brake to be that smooth. Here, can we get to it in here? I guess we can get to it.
You probably need to go to. You can hop out if you want. That's fine.
Okay. Maybe you can help me. Maybe I should be doing this a little differently.
Let's take a look at it.
Okay.
So yeah, top left. Yeah. Controllers. Yep. There it is. So go ahead and enter into pedal calibration. Okay, that's not bad. When you said you had narrowed it, I thought maybe you had done more than that.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
That's okay. You can take it.
No, I kind of just went since it's like I'll be honest. You get to here and pretty much you're really jamming on it from there on out.
Okay.
About 63.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So my thought was I don't want to have to jam to get 100 and then try to back out of that. So I just went to where it's comfortable to feel 100%, and then I can back out.
So
if that makes sense.
Let me ask you this question though. So when suddenly you are in an emergency, like a crash happens in front of you, or you realize, oh, I'm about to murder someone in front of me. Do you find that in that scenario, you end up pressing the brake harder, even though it's not going to help?
Yeah, I will say I definitely go into the full on 100% braking.
Okay. So that might, I'm not going to say it guarantees it, but that might suggest to us that you could raise it some. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll give you my own example. So when I got the True Brake modification for my brake pedal, it was so stiff and so hard. First of all, I had to reinforce my rig because wow, it was so stiff. Second, I after some help, because I didn't even know about this calibration thing when I first got that. They said go ahead and back it. I was like, oh, okay. So I backed it off to 60, and but what happened was, eventually the brake kind of braked in. It broke in some, after use. So I realized, I feel like I can push it harder now, and it's not as difficult. So I raised it. I raised it up to 70, and now most recently I raised it up to 80. So that might be something that you could consider.
Okay.
Because if you are exceeding that 60% mark in certain situations, because if it's an emergency, then you may end up actually needing more range. That's a suggestion.
Okay. I think I will. I think I was at 63.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take your advice. I'll put it up to 70. I
Okay.
think that
Let's
will not be so drastic.
It's not too much. Yeah. Let's see what that does. That might give you a little extra travel. So go ahead and when you get on here, go ahead and feel what that feels like, and
Okay.
then see. It should feel different, but only a little bit, I would think. Hey there, Samo. I didn't see you come in. Thank you, bud. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, it does feel not horribly different.
Yeah, it was a minute change, really, that you did. So,
Yeah, I can tell a difference, but it's not anything that's throwing me off. Oop. Mm,
okay, good. I'm watching just to make sure that you are 100% braking when you need to be. So far, I believe that is the case.
okay.
Because if all of a sudden in a straight line you were like 75%, I'd be like, not so great.
Right.
So that's good. You don't need to be 100 there. There you did, and you did it. So that's good. Nice exit there.
Uh,
You did the braking, just not long enough. You needed a little bit more.
okay.
A little bit more, you would have dropped another couple miles per hour, and then you would have been almost in line with what the Ghost was doing. Okay, Samo. Thank you, bud. See you, man. Good momentum there. Nice. Good. Really good speed through there.
Oop.
Caught it. Didn't lose too
Got
much
it.
time, really. Yeah, it's good. Excellent. Good braking there. I think in other scenarios you would have coasted there
Yeah.
and you would have had to wait longer to get on the throttle, so that's good. Yeah. That okay, so that initial blip of the throttle, that was just that much too soon. But still good. Still good exit. Could have been
Okay.
just a little better. Mm. That one got you last time too, I think.
Yeah, it did. I struggle with that. I think the most out of this whole section.
So, like we were talking about with ads, that's the one that I mean, all of them require violence to the wheel. That one requires
Yep.
a bit more, I think. Ooh, too much speed.
Yeah.
Okay, Juggalo, appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping in.
I will tell you, this is probably a flaw, but I am not a left foot braking.
Mm-hmm.
So I use right foot gas and brake. I don't
You,
know if that makes a difference. I know I lose a little bit of time.
mm-hmm. You want to know a secret?
Sure.
So do I.
Okay. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, so for me, it's a little bit of physical. I damaged my left leg, and I don't have quite the precision. I can still walk. It's not like it's anything
Yeah.
like that. And I can run and I can do all of that. But I because of that injury, I have lost some of the precision in the foot there, and so I don't. I might be able to make it work. I'm not sure. But I've been doing it this way for so long, and clearly I think I'm pretty decent at the game.
Right. Right.
So
I agree.
I think I just go ahead and rock it like this. Hey Cole, how's it going, man? Yeah, sorry, so we're kind of going back and forth today, being in my lobby together, and then right now, Dano's in the actual daily, which so we can I'll leave it up to you, Dano. We can keep doing this if you want, because this is valuable. But I want to respect your time and your endurance as well. So if you want to get to the race next, you can hop out and jump into that. We can do that
Right.
too. Okay.
Yep. Let's do that. I think I'm getting close to the end of my endurance, but I would at least value your opinion on. I think I'm probably slightly different in a race. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah. No, that I think that's important to see. So let's check it out. Wow, I'm faster than Kent here. That's weird.
yeah, I was surprised. He has a you,
He's
you have a great time, in my opinion, on this track right now.
It worked out. Yeah, I got that. Let's see, I was a 0.9, and I think I got a 0.8 on Tuesday. So that's my Tuesday time still. All right, so we just let everyone know. So we're transitioning now. We're gonna go ahead and watch Dano do a race. This is one of the things that he talked to me about before the session. Was he feels like he drives very differently in a race, and so I said, well, I can be your crew chief, and we'll try and see what we can see through all of this. And it's true. I mean, I say this quite often. Qualifying and time trialing on your own, it's a whole different discipline than actually racing with others on track. And I really think there's a skill set that's needed for both. Some things transfer, some things are comparable, but it's definitely different. And so, and that's what my series, the video series Essential Racing Strategies really is all about. Because there's a lot. Honestly, I feel like there's a lot out there on YouTube that shows you how to get faster, but not a whole lot that shows you how to race well. And so that was kind of the thought behind doing that series, which we just finished. We finished the 9 episodes that were planned. So, which you have watched some, correct, Dano? I think you were telling me.
Yeah. Those in the. I think you have some class specific playlist. Those are the ones I've been concentrating on lately. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah, that's the Essential Racing Strategies.
Okay, yeah.
So you've watched, how many have you watched so far then? If you remember?
I don't remember how many. I think I started with the C to. I think it was some stuff on C class, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And then
yeah.
I'm into the B.
Okay.
So I can't remember exactly how many episodes. I mostly watch your lives. I find the best little nuggets for myself in there.
Yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, there are 3 episodes that focus on B rank drivers. Yeah, and so as we're getting close to the race start, so one of the things that I talk about in regards to being in B-rated lobbies in as a B-rated driver, really the focus should be still to stay on track. Like you really want to avoid mistakes.
Yeah.
So in one sense, Dano, your race pace being a whole lot slower, if that's the case, if it's a whole lot slower than your qualifying time, it's not necessarily bad in the sense that because of the who you're racing against, right?
Sure.
Your B ranked competitors, there's a high level of inconsistency, and the fact is you could make one like really big mistake that costs you 8 seconds or something like that, right?
Yep.
Your race isn't over, especially on a 20-minute race like this one. Because other people are going to make mistakes, and some of those mistakes cost them more time than what you did. So if you can avoid the big mistakes, a good finish is likely. And if you make the fewest mistakes, you could win the darn thing. So yeah, that's what I would say. So you're starting second on the grid. This is fantastic. Goodness gracious. Get Busy has time almost as good as mine. So we're not going to worry about him.
That's generally my thought pattern too. It's like, okay, he's gonna win or he's gone.
Right. Or I mean, he could kill himself, so you never know. But so
that's true.
Really, the key then in this situation for you is really focused on your turn-in points, your braking points. If the dude behind you is close, you will have to protect the apex. I don't know if you've gotten that far or heard much about that in the essential racing strategies yet, but I'm really big about protecting the apex so that if someone does hit you, it's from behind and not from the side. Because if you get hit from the side, then that pushes you out, right? So we'll try and really, you have one mandatory stop. Ideally, you stay out in front and you don't pit until lap 11. Okay. That would really be the goal, so that you can just get a nice rhythm, and you don't have that rhythm interrupted.
Got it.
Yeah. All right.
I agree with that.
All right, let's do it. This is exciting, huh, friends? I'm excited. Let's do it. Trackhawk says, "Don't forget to pit." Why would you remind people of that? That's an edge.
I know.
We love
is.
We love the people who forget to pit and get a 1-minute penalty. They help us out.
Right.
All right, and one thing to note too, you have a Genesis behind you, so his advantage will be on the slower corners. So this one coming up, he'll have the advantage on you. We don't know if he'll take advantage of that necessarily.
Right.
We'll see. It's a good first corner though. I like it. Okay. All right, at this point, I mean, he's earned that spot there, so probably don't fight him. Yep, I like it. Even if you wanted to give him a bump rather than try and pass him, it's way early. Yep, I like it. Man, you can't see a darn thing.
Not a thing.
Chase cam for the win, baby. Sorry, bumper cam's good. It's good. Good. Yeah, he's killing himself. Watch out for dirty tires. He may go deep here. Be ready to be on the inside. Okay, he managed it. That's good. Good job checking up there, giving yourself some space. Yeah, I think it's time for that. That's good. So something we've learned about the Genesis driver is he's prone to the small mistakes. If we keep him behind us, that will be good. Because I don't think,
Right.
even if he gets ahead of us, he's not going to really take us to the promised land. Oh, did he really touch you?
Yeah, he just slammed right into me.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Well, that's what this race has been killing me this week, but
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that replay if we remember to watch that.
yeah, and that's interesting. The Volkswagen weighted up, so maybe he got hit.
Oh, it could. Yeah, because it was weird. It didn't. I can't go back. Well, I could on the stream up there, but that'll take me away from the live. So, all right.
Right.
So, at this point, it wouldn't be a bad idea. You can do two things. You have clean air in front of you, so you could try and work this out and just put in some good laps. You are catching somebody though, so it might not be a bad idea to go ahead and pit now also.
Okay.
And that's probably what I recommend is trying to pit. Yeah, well handled there. I like how you handled that. He was going for an ill-advised move.
Yeah, he was, and it's like usually I'll either let him go through, but in this case, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna block.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even necessarily call it a block. It was you turned in early to make sure there was no room for him to nip underneath there. So, all right, are we going in?
Yeah, I'll go in.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna go too. All right. Interesting that he went in. Don't change. Don't change.
Yeah. I realized that the first part of the week I was changing my tires until I saw somebody in a stream not doing. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That's why everyone's getting massively ahead of me.
Yeah, you're setting yourself up as a disadvantage just like that.
Right.
Okay, these two they don't seem to like each other right now.
Right.
They seem like to be going out of their way to hit each other. All right. And they're slow to boot. Let's see here. Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. So I would just, in this section, I would just push. I just give him some gentle pushes. You're gonna get by the one dude at the penalty spot. So.
Ooh.
And maybe the next dude too. Just keep it nice and close. Be the simplest way to get by these guys, which is what I think we want to do. How did he save that? What in the world? Let's give him plenty of space. Give him plenty of space. Yep. He's a wreck. Don't let him think about doing anything to you. He's already he's can't stand that, man. It's just
I can't either.
Unreal.
It is. This has been my week in this lobbies. It's just like
I thought about it would have been too late. By the time I thought, I was like, you need to get not behind him, and it had already happened. Yeah, I had someone block me at the pit exit of Laguna last week, and I was not happy about it. He went out of his way to go to the right on a right-hander, so it was nowhere near the racing line. It was just a terrible. It's not racing, you know. It's not racing at all. Oh, I just caught what Nielsen was saying. I'll get to that in a second there, Nielsen. All right. Punt alert. I don't know what, so just be prepared to stay tight to the apexes Oh, nuts. We caught grass.
Yeah, a little too much of it.
Okay.
Dang it.
All right, still good. Let's go.
Whoop.
Yeah, Nielsen,
Oh, come on.
I'm so glad that the car worked for you, man. Yeah, dirty tires, so we gotta
Yeah.
take her easy for a little bit. 20 seconds is what they tell me. 20 seconds and then your tires are clean.
Got it. Okay. Got a little bit of damage too
Mm-hmm.
to boot.
Mm-hmm. All right, so at this point is when we just look to minimize the damage, right? So
Right.
right now we need to lock in and let's try to get a 33 in, okay? And then after we get a 33 or two, let's get a 32, okay?
All right.
Start putting in some consistent laps for the rest of the race. So just to give you a little bit of encouragement, you are taking time out of the leader. So
Okay.
your pace is good right now. You did get a 33.7, so let's build off of that. Looking good. I'm not sure. Looks like the leader's by himself, I think. So I'm not sure if he's actually just a little slower on race pace or what, but it's a good sign.
He looks like he's got a little gap up there, but not much.
Mm-hmm. Nice turn there. Nice time, 33.1. Excellent. Good line there. That's the line that the ghost was doing. So it seems like you really adopted that nicely.
Yeah, it was. I learned a little bit from that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Second gear maybe to help. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I should have. You're right. Always feel like I'm holding my breath because I know if you hit those candy stripes on that,
Yeah.
you're going off.
Yes, it's true. It's like just sucks you out there and you're done.
Right.
Good speed through there. I like it. Mm-hmm. Excellent control under braking. That was great. All right, let's see if we can grab another 33. One corner at a time.
Right.
Hey there, LVP. Quick hello. Okay, quick hello to you back, sir. Appreciate you, man. Got an appointment? Okay, I understand. Real life. Good stuff, man. Appreciate you.
Oh man,
It's tough.
it is tough.
It is.
Tough to eat those.
It's tough, but you don't know. We don't know how this is going to end yet. I suspect.
Right.
I suspect there are some people that haven't pit yet that have had disasters. So let's see how it all shakes out. And technically, you're not last because 2 people have quit. So on them. Oof, good catch. Good brake modulation there. Got you to tighten up real nice.
Yeah, there's a black patch there, and I'm trying to aim for that, but not the curb, obviously. And
Yeah.
I kind of adjust the, depth of field when I see it coming quicker. I'll put a little more brake in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. Mid-corner adjustments are so important because you're never, unless you're an alien, you're never going to enter them quite the same way each time. And so
Right.
being able to see that and adjust to it, it's really critical, especially in a race.
Right. No.
So, quick question.
Sure.
So we were done wrong on lap 2, I think. So that was outside of your control. What would you attribute these other mistakes to? What are you feeling?
To be honest, I'm feeling a little tired. I know
Okay.
we've been going at this for a while, so I know that contributes some to it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe nerves. I don't know. I mean, I make small mistakes. Yeah, maybe the discouragement. You
Yeah.
lose a little bit of forward thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Or excitement about the race in general. So.
Yeah. Right. Um, don't worry, you're not the first. You're not the first Learn with Lead guest to do one of these and have just
Right.
a race that was forgettable.
Right.
But we're still learning from this. So would you say that at least this week has this been pretty typical where you end up kind of, yeah, I mean, stuff might happen to you, but you also have your own share of unforced errors?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think out of the week, I mean, I typically try to do no more than like 3, especially on these longer ones. I wouldn't do more than 3 of these in an evening
Okay.
along with warm up.
Yeah.
And I think probably, if I'm speaking honestly, and I am putting myself out there, right, like maybe I struggled to have maybe 1 out of 3 as a clean, I didn't totally spin out
Yeah.
type race. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
All right, 2 more. We can get this done.
Yes, sir, for sure. Yeah, that last spin, that one was a bummer, I think, because Slapper had just gone into the pits, I think. So there was a chance to maybe catch somebody there.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't fester on these too much. I was kind of excited to be able to get your opinion. I was hoping to be in the mix with cars more than this, but
Mm-hmm.
I will be honest. I mean, this is generally the trend for most of the B races I was in. Is
Okay.
someone either, passing where they shouldn't. I know not to pass in these upcoming corners
Right.
as much. I did to the one guy, but I just wanted to get him out of my way.
Yeah. It
But
was time to be done with him. But unfortunately, after you accomplished that, I think right after that, you ended up
right,
spinning on the left-hander.
that's right.
Hey, Rod, good to see you, man. Awesome to have you here, Rodders. I hope you're doing well, bud. All right. That was a good turn. I like that one. All right, so as we hit the last lap, another question. The
Okay.
um so when in the dailies, when was the last race that you can think of that you say, yeah, I was very consistent and I was pretty fast. And I was having good results, like the majority of the time, top fives, top sevens, that sort of thing.
Um. Well, prior to this week, I mean, I generally have pretty good progress. You mean specific race? I had a couple of good races this week, but where,
I guess no, I mean a combination. So, a week's worth of dailies, and pretty much that entire week, whenever you got on and raced, it was good.
oh, I cannot remember the track. Yeah, I think it was actually during when you did Super Doofuses. I cannot remember the track. So yeah, I'd say probably a month where I'm just like consistently feeling good every day and making progress, I guess,
Okay,
in my driver rating.
let me see what that track was. I can't remember off the top of my head either, but we have access
Right.
to the playlist. There it is. Oh, thing. Interlagos. It was the Brazilian track, Interlagos. Is that the one?
Maybe the one after that. It
Okay.
was an American track.
Okay. The one after that. Watkins.
Right. Yep. That's it.
Okay.
That kind of pushed me out of my comfort zone. I was using the BMW. That was after I watched, I guess, um, your uh, session with
Yeah.
uh, Super Doofus.
Right.
Sorry.
Right. Good. Um. Okay. Interesting. Gathering my thoughts here for a moment. Oh, did you end up saving that replay?
I did. Yep. I
Okay.
saved it.
All right. All right. Really quick, if you have our hey there, RL. Good to see you. Thank you for the lurk like. Um, if you could just chat in our chat real quick, that would be helpful, Dano, so I can just grab your channel real fast. For
Okay.
and then we can go over. I do just want to see what happened
In
on
our
turn 2.
in our party here, Led, right?
No, sorry. In the YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Okay,
Yeah, my fault.
gotcha.
Wasn't specific enough. So that was the one. That was Group 3 at Watkins. That was a sprint race, right? That was like 5 laps or something.
Yeah. What's going on with my keyboard? Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm
Wow.
trying to type in your chat.
Got the Lancia for a time trial. That car's tough to handle. Okay.
Okay, I had to refresh. I don't know why I can't type in the chat on YouTube on the live stream, but give me just a second here.
That's fine. It's not urgent. I was going to do it in a little while, after we had a little powwow here.
Got it.
But
Got it.
All right. So reason I'm asking some of the questions I did was, so what I saw there, and trying to get a gauge of like what is the what are the trends for you in the race. So I mean, you have a 31.6 at that track. That's quick.
Right.
That's not slow. That's quite quick. And I feel like, so what happened there? So yeah, we had an accident, uncontrollable. I would let when you can, let's watch the replay and see how that goes. But to me, I think we're not too comfy with the car in race, honestly.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you for that.
Yep. You want me to load up the replay?
Let's check the replay and just see what happens.
Okay.
Paul Hedges, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, I mean, if you want to just do the first lap too, we can watch all of that from your point of view.
Okay.
And then once we get to the wreck, then we'll see.
Certain view you want me to use?
Yeah, if you do chase cam, just can see more that way.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. And then get the race info up if you don't mind.
Yep. Race info.
All right, sweet. And then hit O so it gets rid of that.
Got it.
Yep. Here we go. Yeah, so it was a good start. The Genesis is gonna, he wasn't aggressive. I feel like he was just taking opportunities as they were coming.
Sure.
And I think, what is it? So he's got the advantage there because of that all-wheel drive. So he's right there. I think we ended up. Yeah. So let's look at that corner for a sec. So if you want to back up. So let's talk about what we did, what we could have done better here. Let's pause it. All right. So we are braking too late.
Yep, I see that too, because I'm not even barely starting to hit it.
Yep, and by now you should be full, because you should have applied the brake probably a half a car length earlier, or about. So there's that, and if you want to just ooch it forward or, pause on pause, yeah. All right, so we've turned in too early. Yeah. So it's a fine line. Let's see where our Genesis friend is. He's right there. I think the turning in early is not bad. It's the combination of braking too late and then turning early.
Okay.
Because what that does is it compromises your exit so badly. So look at it from his point of view. You can even see your tires how much you're turning to the left to try and make this corner.
Right.
Right.
I see that too.
Yeah, so you and this guy, I mean, he's turning to the left, but he's full throttle and he's gonna make it so easy. It's gonna be a world of difference, which is why he's able to come up beside you so easy. So I like the idea of turning in a little bit early, but only if you brake on time rather than braking too
Okay.
late, you know. All right, let's let it roll for a little while. So yeah, he earned that spot, so we let him. Don't really give him a nice ample, and your response there is really good. So okay, I can't take the inside line. Let me take a nice wide entrance. And can you go back to see what kind of you carried great speed? Let's see what those just back up 10 seconds or so.
Oh, okay. We'll say I am.
Let's go hit
What am I
X.
doing here? Thank you.
Yep. Now, yeah, there you go. Back up
A
another
little bit
10.
more right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look from here. I felt like the slowest you went was 67. Okay, 64. Getting up.
64. Yep.
That's great. That's really great momentum, which enabled you. If you look behind you, real quick, like he's not close because of that exit you got. So that's brilliant. That's really great. And that's that Volkswagen, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And he was the one waiting up. Let's see what happens. So yeah, our man here goes wide, catches it quite nicely, honestly.
Yep.
Right here, I'm telling you, be ready to be on the inside. And you. Oh yeah, he goes wide there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he goes wide. I get a good drive on him here.
Yep. Move done, honestly, at that point. All right. Let's see what this guy does, the Geek Bar guy. I like the little inside positioning you have there. It's just showing him that you know he's there. Oh, yeah, he just...
Yeah.
Well, props to him for waiting up. That's...
Yeah.
It's not, you know, he can't take it back, so the best he can do is wait. So we appreciate that.
I agree.
Yeah. And from then on, it was up to you to kind of keep it together. And
right.
So here,
maybe we don't look at it anymore from here.
We don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to. Oh, hey there, G. Good to see you, man. So just drive faster, he says. Yeah, basically. All right, so we can go ahead and exit out of the replay.
Okay.
And if you want to stop the share screen, that's fine too. Oh, and Chaos. Sure. Good to see you, Chaos. All right, so let's wrap this up here with a bow, and see how what we can take away from this. So I know, you know, we all feel a little disappointed from the race. We ended up not having, you know, the best of times ever. However, I think there are some important takeaways, and that's why we do it, right? So, I think what I'm seeing for you, Dano, is a couple things. One, it feels as though we maybe overreact to the people around us a little bit. Certainly, you were done wrong in a couple of cases because later on that the one guy in the was that a Sirocco too? He ends up brake checking you before. So, you know, that stuff, and you know, getting hit in turn one, that's stuff you can't control. However, a good finish was there for you, right? Like, we have to ultimately, I think, look at our own unforced errors and kind of say, okay, what could we have done better? So, we got to eliminate those mistakes. Like, that's really, I think, what it comes down to. And if the truth, so if it really is true that you really having a week of good races where you almost always are finishing really high, if those are really far and few between, then I have a feeling this would be my educated guess.
Okay.
I have a feeling that you are exceeding the limits of the car on a regular basis. So that's what you were doing here. That's why you had those errors, the ones that were self-inflicted. We exceeded the limits of the car on multiple occasions. Braking too late, turning in too early, which would make you go wide. That's pretty much how every spin happened, I believe. Braking too late, turning in too early, and then trying to get on the throttle at the same time you always would. But number one, you didn't have the car angle where it needed to be. And number two, you weren't going at the right speed to be on full throttle yet, which is why you kept going wide in those scenarios. So that's a tough pill to swallow, but I think it's one that you probably have to, and really attempt to learn from it. So, I say in the Essential Racing Strategies, drive within your limitations and the limit of the car. I'm seeing. I would say if you need to be 2 seconds slower, then I'm gonna do an about face on this a little bit, because I didn't know that this was really the scenario. So now that I've seen that, I think if you are 2 seconds slower than on a regular basis than your best time, but 2 to 3 seconds even, but you can stay on the stinking track, that's a win. That's a win, okay?
Okay.
Race pace will come. Okay? I know you want race pace now. I want race pace now for you. So, that would be my heart's desire too. But let's be real for a second. So you just got a wheel, 9-10 months ago, and you just started doing this. You're still really in the infancy of your sim racing journey here. It's still the beginning. Do some people catch on quicker? Yeah, they do. But you can't go around comparing yourself to other people. You need to compare yourself to you and see how you've grown as a racer. And look at where you've been, where you've come from, and where you are now. Like, look at that progress, right? That's really, I think, the key there. Okay. So any thoughts or comments on that? Questions on that even?
No, I agree with you. I think sometimes I probably want that race pace too, and I end up doing exactly what you said, overdriving the car. Granted, today I felt a little bit more pressure than normal because, I'm being evaluated. But I would definitely say I think I agree with you. I will swallow that pill, and I think I have been kind of working. That's why when you were bringing up regular pace, I was thinking, oh man, I try to do that. Maybe I'm not pushing myself enough, but I do agree with you. I think I'm pushing it too much in race, and I need to just slow it down a little bit and stay with that consistent time.
I think so. Yeah, I do. I think so. It's
I agree.
You don't, your race pace doesn't have to be crazy good yet. You keep progressing in the game, and it's you'll have to level up. But you're not there yet. So if right now you're fluctuating in B, you're going up and down in B, getting close to A sometimes, and then getting knocked back down. I think that really critical is really just you need to stay within your comfortable, repeatable pace. That's what needs to happen. So the time to push it is still qualifying and practice. Still do that. Still push the limits. Find the limits of the car. Exceed them. Learn from that. That's still important. But when it comes to the race, make your top priority staying on that stinking track. Like, commit to it. Okay, commit to.
Got it.
If you're in a turn and you feel like, so this is something that I didn't see that needs to happen, right? So there were multiple times, like I said, where you were braking late, you were turning in too early, you would take the corner just like you always did, you'd go wide and spin. So
got it. Okay.
You need to start recognizing when you've taken a turn differently and adjust accordingly. So ways that we can adjust from from that are gearing down one gear. So the penultimate left-hander, the penultimate corner, the left-hander, that took you out 2 or 3 times, right? Basically same problem each time. So where we needed to dive down to second really quick, wait to get on the throttle, and make it. Okay? So because that,
and you know what's odd about that? I honestly realize now that you're saying this makes total sense. So all throughout the week, right, I've been watching you and your time and others on this track, right? And y'all aren't using that blip down, but I was, but that was a every lap thing. I would use, blip down to third, have that small slowdown, back into fourth, go.
Yeah.
And I tried to be honest with you, yesterday a lot of this pattern came in where I was eliminating that, just trying to brake, stay in fourth or third, right, and go out. And yeah, I see your point. I should have used that more today. I don't know why I didn't.
Yeah, and I mean it's tough because in race and in the heat of the moment, there's a lot of information to take in, right? I mean, there's so many things going on, so it is really hard to calculate everything that you need to go through, right?
Right.
So I feel like you don't need to be too hard on yourself with that. But just learn from it, I think, is the key. Like that's what needs to happen, is just the more you evaluate and the more you learn from these things, then eventually they become, to use an old phrase, second nature. But let's define that. What we mean by second nature is you do it without thinking about it, right? That's what we're trying to get to with developing good habits with this, is you're already doing it without thinking about it. Whereas right now, a lot of things you got to think about, and if you don't think about, you don't do it. So that's kind of the deal there. So the takeaway that I would take from the race is stay within your comfortable, repeatable pace. If you had done that and made the right adjustments to when you entered corners a little poorly, you still would have got a top 7, top 5, probably gained DR. That's really, and honestly, when you can do that on a regular, it builds confidence. And yes, eventually you're going to meet some faster guys, and there will be a pull to okay, I got to get faster. Fine, but until you get there, let's really solidify this and really just commit to it, right? Commit to it. And if you find yourself with self-inflicted wounds again, really, in let's say next week's dailies or whatever, really stop and think, okay, where am I pushing too hard? Stop and evaluate. That sometimes we don't stop and evaluate enough, right? And we just keep plugging ahead like a stubborn donkey. We just keep going ahead, not even thinking about what we're doing, expecting good results. Well, what's that definition of an insanity? You probably heard it, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's not going to work. Right?
I agree.
Yeah. Really quick, let me say hi to Chaos. Good to see you, Chaos. Let's see. Right, G. Well, let's take G's statement for a moment. He said, "I think it's more promising if someone drives over limit. Easier to rein that in." Okay, well, so we have a new, technically Dano's still a newer driver, and we love G. So G's not being argumentative or anything like that. This is how we roll here, and I love it.
Right.
So if from what I saw from Dano was the inexperience really showed up, right? And so if there was a more experienced driver, I would say what G is saying. But I think we're dealing with Dano, who is he's on his first wheel ever, and he's learning all of this, right? And all of that in that sense. Yeah, you're all love. No, you're not rude. I'm just making sure for everybody else who's watching who's not familiar with G. G's on the good. So, um, there is a part where, who was it? There was someone that we had as a guest. He was too safe. He was too safe all the time, and that was what was slowing him down. And so when we have a racer on, we've seen like two extremes: someone who's slow or inconsistent because they don't get to the limit of the car, or like we're seeing today, someone who's exceeding the limit of the car. Both have the same result, but we're getting there by different ways. Also need to say hi to Akitoshi41. Great to have you here, friend. Appreciate you stopping in. Always like to see the newer names. We see your face? I don't think we do. Appreciate you coming in, friend. Okay, so that's the takeaway for the race. Anything else that you wanted to bring up about that there, Dano?
No, I think it's right on. This is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Hold my feet to the fire, and my job was just to learn as much as I could from you. So
Yeah,
I
good.
appreciate all the criticisms and everything. I'm good with that.
Yeah, no, you're a pretty cool dude. I'm not gonna lie. I can tell. I think you and I get along if we lived close to each other. If we were neighbors, I think we'd be good friends. Honestly, this has been a fun time. So that's the takeaway that I want you to have from the race itself. Okay, let's talk about the time trialing and that. So, I think what we need to focus on there is a commitment to braking early enough or on time. Okay.
Okay.
And so I really want you to focus on the old adage of slow in and fast out. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So we love carrying speed through an apex, but if it's too much speed, it's not fast, right?
Yep.
One of the things that you can really grasp. So I don't know if you want to continue to use the Ghost or instead of your own, but using a faster Ghost. But one of the things that you can see from that is you were often catching the Ghost towards the apex. And let's think about it. That's the wrong time. That we don't want to catch the Ghost then, right?
Right.
If anything, we want to catch it after the apex, which would be really hard to do because it's a really fast Ghost. But nevertheless, that's what we want to do. We don't want to be catching heading into the apex. We want to just maintain the pace as best we can heading to the apex. So to me, that's really showing us that we're not committed to slowing down enough and rotating the car. We need to commit to that more. Okay. If you do plan to use top time Ghosts, the only thing I would say is if you elect to pick an anti-meta, for example, and it's not a car that you can follow. You follow me there?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and pick the same drivetrain that you're driving. So,
Okay.
if you're following if you're driving an MR, find the fastest MR to follow. If it's an FR, follow the fastest FR. That would be my advice, because the two are going to handle a little bit differently. So I feel like you should at least have the same car that will be weighted the same way as far as where the engine is.
Got it.
How do you feel about doing that with the Ghost? Like,
I'm going to commit to that. I'm going to commit to using. I learned some things.
You like that? Yeah.
Having me break out of my normal pace. I actually learned quite a bit. So I'm going to commit to doing that.
Yeah. I remember when I used the Ghost when I started, I didn't know about the split reset. So I would just find like the slowest Ghost possible that I could find. And so that, during the whole course of the lap, he wouldn't get too far from me.
Right.
And so, having it reset is really critical. How far you have it in front of you, that's preference, I think. But I feel like 0.2 to half a second is about right. That can be pretty comfy. Yeah, so
I might back it up. I think you had me on 0.2. I think I may go to 0.5 just to have a little bit of a gap so I can see better. But yeah, I agree with you there.
yeah, it's a tool. It's a really good tool that the game offers. So it can definitely teach you a lot just by watching that. The other thing we talked about a little bit was the amount of speed carried through an apex. And you mentioned that you know your background in real racing, you don't have that luxury, so you're more RPMs and visuals and all of that. So if you do end up trying to pay attention more to your speed, I would watch the ghost that you're following, whoever that might be. Watch that replay and pinpoint how much speed they carry to the apex, so that you have a goal to reach for, and you also know what the capabilities of the car are that way. Yeah, I mean we can all have a tendency to overdrive a car. Anybody can do that, but I find it's equally as difficult, or equally as easy to underestimate what the car is capable of. So by doing that with a ghost, then you can end up seeing like, okay, I see what this guy did. Maybe I can't do exactly that, but I can at least strive for it, and you know it can really help. So I think adding a ghost is great. That will help you in your journey to committing to braking early enough and getting slow enough to the apex so that you can really rocket out of every corner and really carry that speed well. That's going to help you a lot, I think.
Got it. Yep.
So
I'll be practicing.
Yeah, those are my takeaways for you. I think look, again, your pace is really good. And when we were on track together, I was very impressed with what you're capable of, especially, you know, on a very beginner wheel. And so no, was it your, you know, was it a 31 every time? No, but I was very impressed with how you were able to handle the car, one that you just started driving this week. And the pace was very good, honestly. I think you have some really good potential. Now, I wanted to ask you, because we talked a little bit about equipment, right? And you were asking the other day, this is where I disagree with Led, just rely on RPMs. I mean, you can some. depends on how much time, you know. Typically, if you're qualifying, you have the time to glance down to the miles per hour. In race, you probably don't. So you take what you can. But anyway, we talked about equipment, and you wondered if your equipment was maybe holding you back. And so I told you about a true brake modification that's available for your rig. But what I didn't ask you, which is what I want to ask you right now, is, well, the true test is what's the budget look like? Okay? So, I mean, you don't have to tell me, you don't have to tell me your income, you don't have to tell me any of that. But like, really, what are you able to do? If you can't go direct drive, then I would really recommend the True Brake modification. It's fairly inexpensive. If you have YouTube, you can make the change yourself. It's not hard because there's and yeah, I mean it'll take a few weeks, but it will improve your braking so much. It really will. But if the budget is there, then yeah, I would totally recommend getting a direct drive wheel of some sort, so that you can really, you know, get that benefit, get that advantage. Or in many cases, level the playing field, because that's who you're racing against, you know?
Yeah, I think I have the most entry level. So I was curious your thoughts on that, but I also kind of believe, right? I mean, I think there is a point you outgrow your equipment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, maybe I'm not there. So I'm really going to look at looking into making the braking a little better for me would help. So I'm gonna look into that. Ultimately, I think where the budget is for me is I'd like to get like the Logitech G Pro.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's my ultimate goal.
Yeah.
So
That would be good. I've heard really good things about that wheel. I think you can be very competitive with that wheel for sure.
yeah,
So you know Kentis Gent, right? He's on your friends list there. I
yes,
saw.
yeah.
So I mean, he just got direct drive, but he was on a G29, if I'm not mistaken, right? Not that
Yeah, I
long
think
ago.
he was.
And
Yeah,
and you saw the speed, the pace. I mean, it yes, equipment helps, but it is not everything. It really isn't.
right.
And so it's really like it's still learning the principles of racing, and then executing. You got to execute it, obviously, for it to really work. So cool
Yeah.
stuff, man.
I think I have a little bit of time on that. I'm going to take your input. I'm going to do what I can with this, and hopefully I will outgrow it. And yeah, hopefully my experience gets better too. So
Yeah, I think so. I really I think there's a very promising future there. I honestly, my bud, I don't say this to everybody, so I mean it when I say it, okay? You could be
sure.
you can be A plus. I see it there. I really do. I think that you just need some more seat time, and some of the stuff that you have to think about a lot kind of really just needs to become second nature, something that you don't have to think about anymore. You're just automatically doing because the experience is there, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, a little bit more practice implementing these principles, and yeah, you're going to rock it, dude. I really do.
Yeah.
I think it.
I appreciate that, Led. It means a lot. The encouragement you put out there is it's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, listen, you
Yeah.
were an awesome guest. Dano599, he does have a channel, and he does stream from time to time. He doesn't do it a whole lot, but we will at least promote him one time here as soon as I actually get the channel up. I did this earlier and I didn't go far enough.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
There it is.
Yeah, I don't use it much, but every once in a while I'll stream on there.
Yeah, worth it. Do you have a camera, or you just go? You just do audio
No, just gameplay.
gameplay?
Straight
Okay,
gameplay.
got
Yeah.
it. Okay. Well, it'd be cool anyway to see that. I just subscribed, so anybody else who needs a little Dano in their life, go ahead and subscribe to him over there. Well, that's gonna do it for our sessions today. I'm cooked. I'm done. I feel good.
Yeah.
I saw improvement. I saw people get better, and I think I need to go have a snack. That's what I'm gonna go do.
Right. Right, I agree. I appreciate it, Led. I appreciate it a lot. It was fun. I had a blast.
It was a lot of fun. I did too. This was a great day. You were an awesome guest. Everybody, throw up a stud emoji for Dano, please. Highly necessary. Highly necessary to throw up a stud emoji for him. You were a great guest, and I look forward to seeing your progress and seeing how you're doing, man. It's gonna be fun to see. If you do end up having time and you manage to beat your time, let us know, and we'll talk. I'll mention it on Monday, for our stream then, and yeah, that'll be good. Well, I'm sure we will see you on a track or in a chat very soon.
Yep, I'll see you in the chat, and I appreciate it a lot, Led.
You got it, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
We'll catch you later.
See ya.
All right, bye bye. Cool stuff, guys. Man, this was a groundbreaking day in the world of Learn with Lead sessions. Our very first doubleheader, you might say, where we had two guests in a row, back to back, and man, both were great. Ads was great. It was great to see him back as a guest, and then able to see where he's improved, and then able to really set a trajectory for him of how to get better. And so that's really cool. Not only that, having Dano, a first timer on, and seeing him and how he how he responded to the different things we were suggesting. It's really great, really good stuff. So yeah, that's a fork in me. I am definitely finished. I'm feeling good about how the day went, but I need to go do some other stuff, get some food in me, that sort of thing. So a little bit of future here. So um, next week should be a pretty standard week, I think. We'll have the Monday dailies. We'll check them out. We'll do the lap guys. We'll practice. We'll race. We'll get all that in. Should be a lot of fun to do that. And then we'll have a midweek stream, I believe, and then we'll do another Learn with Lead. Knight Rider Jim is the next guest slated up. So appreciate all of you. You guys were awesome as always. Loved it that you all were able to hang out with us and check us out and see. Thank you for the new folks that showed up. Thank you for the donation by Farouk. That means a lot as well. You guys make this thing a whole lot of fun. You really do. So that's going to do it for me. We will see you very soon. I love you all like crazy. It's not a thing you can do to change my mind. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.